Mob without system in Naruto World by CrusadeAgainstFurries.
Have you heard of the multiverse theory? It is said that there is an infinite number of universes, and every one of them manifests itself in a shape of a mixture of every possible outcome, which means there may be a universe where swords and magic exist, or a universe where the Roman Empire did not fall. My next question is, have you ever heard of a country called Russia? You may wonder how these questions relate to each other, so let me tell you what happened to me and how I am in a situation right now which can't be explained by logic. I am a university student, who went to study abroad in Russia. What my nationality was, is not important, because first of all, I am no longer in this world, and secondly, because there are more important things to know about me. For example, I was a true meme lord. I always had the right memes for every situation and considered myself intellectually above the mere human. Either way, because of my supreme humor and suicide jokes, I got easily along with the locals in Russia. So yesterday an acquaintance there called Igor texted me that I should come over to him since he made some homemade vodka. I am not really someone who drinks a lot, but I thought since I am here in Russia I should definitely try some homemade stuff. Little did I know that fucking Igor brewed something which literally wasted me so hard, that I woke up in a different world, or rather reincarnated. I do not know how and why, but my memories suddenly returned to me when I was 3 years old, and to my shock, I recognized that this was not Earth but still a world I knew. Yes, it was the world of Naruto. Even though I really enjoyed Naruto when I was a kid, and read some bad Chinese fanfics, truth to be told, I am not happy to be Isekaied here, the reason being that I am some nameless mob, and secondly, where is my cheat system? Chapter 1, Eiji Nakamura. Mob without system in Naruto World by CrusadeAgainstFurries. After the initial shock from the realization of my incarnation, I calmed down and observed my situation. First of all, my name is Eiji Nakamura, a normal-sounding Japanese name, which I am quite happy about since there exist strange names in this world which can only be described as child abuse, like for example Boruto, or naming a girl after a muscular sword-wielding barbarian. However, what I am not happy about is that I and my family are complete mob characters. You may ask why I am so certain of this. Well, I don't remember having seen any Nakamuras in the anime, and my parents aren't even Jonin. They are only Chunin, even though they are already in their 30s. That is not even the saddest part, they were only promoted recently to Chunin because they somehow survived the rampage of the Nine Tails in the village. They really didn't do anything other than standing on standby and watching over the barrier which protected all the children, myself included. I guess the promotion was to the fact that my mother just gave 2 weeks prior birth to me and she wasn't in her peak condition to fight but still choose to, but honestly, I doubt that it would really make a difference performance-wise. They are that kind of shinobi that can only use some basic ninjutsu like the transformation technique and throw some kunao. To be fair, they aren't part of any shinobi family, so they don't have any special ninjutsu, but still. Anyway, my father's name is Satoshi and my mother's is Kimiko. Apparently, they both come from non-shinobi families. My father didn't want to inherit his family business and instead wanted to become a shinobi. If I had to describe him, the term complete brain dead would fit him best. When I asked him why he wanted to become a shinobi instead of inheriting the business, he said, "Son, in this world you can't have a harem if you are only a tanner. The only way to assemble a harem is to become a great shinobi." I failed at my dream, but I am confident that you will carry it on and assemble a harem of. Hey, darling, what do you intend to do with this pan? My mother chose to become a kunoichi to support her family financially. Even though she is also weak, at least she isn't brain dead like my father and is overall a pretty serious and strict person. It looks like I inherited appearance-wise much more from her side, black hair and a grumpy-looking face. So anyway, I am now 5 years old, and normally when you regain your memories from a past life you should be careful to not act differently, right? To tell the truth, I kinda forgot to pay attention to it, but I don't know how, but things somehow worked out and my parents' behavior towards me is still the same. Satoshi's POV. 5 years ago, roughly the time the fox spirit attacked the village, my son was born. By the way, many people in the village would curse when they think about this day, but for me, it was a lucky day. I just stood there doing nothing, while others fought at the front lines, and when this whole thing ended I was suddenly promoted to Chunin. Well anyway, at first I and my wife were really worried. Ag, our son, was a bit slow and not considered very smart. He was one of the kids who would eat glue if you didn't pay attention to him for even a second. Because I was worried I went to a shop which sells pills for shinobis. When I told the old granny there, if she had any pills for brain power, she gave me a special one and told me that it should be only used in emergencies on the battlefield because it has tremendous side effects. I always knew I was smart, but giving a stupid child brain enhancement pills was one of my best ideas I ever had. I wonder why no one had the idea before me? I should definitely publish this idea. Anyway, when I came back I instantly gave him the pill. That is when my wife Kimiko came home. She asked me what I was doing, and when I explained to her my brilliant plan, well I only remember her face which looked like she wants to kill me. Hey, there is no reason to be that jealous that I was the one who came up with this smart idea. Weirdly enough I passed out after that, and when I woke up I had fist prints all over my face. Life is truly mysterious at times. Well, sometimes later Kimiko came home with our son. Apparently, they were at the hospital. Hey? Did my son have the flu or something? After that, he behaved a bit weird, but since he doesn't eat glue anymore everything should be fine, only that Kimiko is still upset even now. Is she still jealous of my genius idea? Chapter 2, Choice of a Mob. You are always staying in your room, they said. Go to the park and make some friends, they said. Now I'm here at the park sitting on a bench and watching other children. I have no idea. How the hell do shitty brats make friends with each other? In my university days you just had to offer some free beer, so maybe, no, better not. Wait. Why do I even think about shitty brats? The world of Naruto is a dangerous place to live. Let's get my mind back to a more important topic. Since I regained my memories I have come up with some options. Option 1, living a quiet life as a non-shinobi, even in the unlikely scenario where I miraculously survive till the end of Naruto, what would only await me would be the era of Boruto, where damn aliens invade the planet day and night. Option 2, obtaining somehow a Sharingan or a tailed beast. Nah, if I wanted to commit suicide might as well do it less painfully. Option 3, get strong enough to be able to travel the world and then just hide in some unimportant place. Yeah, option 3 is probably the best. So then the next question would be, how strong would be good enough? I should be at least strong enough to be able to deal with multiple small fries, right? So I guess around Jonin level? Okay, that seems achievable even for a mob like me. So next would be, how can I achieve this? If I just follow the normal shinobi career path with going to the academy and then just doing missions, I would just end up like my parents who only know how to throw some kunai around. So to be Jonin level I would need some real ninjutsu. I think when you are a chunin you can learn some elemental ninjutsu from scrolls which you can borrow. Wait, what the hell are my parents even doing? If they learned some I could ask them to train me, but I guess they are just glad that they aren't genin anymore. They really have no ambition at all. Well, my dad has an ambition, but let's not talk about that. Anyways, so that means I just have to advance to chunin, learn some decent ninjutsu, and then defect. I would be considered a wanted rouge ninja and would be in the bingo book, but it is still better than being forced to fight a rampaging Madara. Graduating from the academy should be easy since I know which jutsu is tested as the graduation exam. Yeah, that will be as easy for me as stealing candy from children, he. I also know the content of the Chunin exams where Naruto and the rest will be participating. That won't be as easy though. First of all, I need to make sure that my assigned Jonin will allow me to participate in this particular exams. Furthermore, I need to impress the staff there, so I can be promoted like Shikamaru. But this will be really hard, considering how stupidly strong some of this generation will be. I legit will be competing against monsters. But the problem is that if I don't participate in this particular exam, I'm not confident at all that I will be able to pass future Chunin exams without abusing my future knowledge. Just look at the dumb first test. How is a normal person supposed to know that you have to cheat? So then the only thing I can do is to make sure that I will be strong enough till then. Yeah, asking my parents to train me will be a waste of time, so let's just look somewhere else. Well, somehow it was fruitful going outside to think things through, so let's head back home. But why do I have the feeling that I forgot something? Oh, welcome home, Ag. Were you able to make some friends? Oh, right. Yet I'm now in friendship with nature and decided to live in the woods. I just came here to tell you. I'm just joking. Anyway, what's for dinner? While walking inside, I hear my mother muttering, "This damn pill made him weird. I wonder what she is talking about." Chapter 3, Ripping off children is too easy. So I have been thinking about how to get stronger. And the answer is that I need to know my chakra affinity first. All planning will be useless without. Like if I know I have lightning affinity, I can make a lightning armor and go super speed. Or for water, I could use water guns. With that in mind, I went to my mum. "Joe, give me some cash." "Don't Joe me, speak normally. Besides, what do you need the money for?" "I want to go to a ninja shop and buy something for training." My mum gave me a suspicious look. "Why did you suddenly decide to start training?" Because I have the fire of will in me and want to protect stuff, I guess." It is the will of fire, and that half-assed response wouldn't even convince your idiotic father. But I don't think it hurts to start training before attending the academy, so here you go. She gave me 500 ryo. "Anyways, come home before dinner." "Yeah, mum." By the way, normally when you reincarnate you think that having new parents would be awkward. But since I have the same body and feelings before I regained my memories, I guess that the feeling of love for my parents kinda stuck with me. I don't mind though, since having feelings of love is for the most part usually positive. Make love not war. So I can live less dangerously. At a small shinobi shop, a huge crowd of kids is making loud noises. "Hey, let's trade our figures." "You damn thief." I saw it first. Even though it's a shop that sells dangerous weapons, right now this shop also sold some shinobi action figures, which are really popular with the kids within Konoha. There, a small girl with 2 Chinese-style buns was looking sadly at her opened the pack. I really wanted a Tsunade figure." While the girl lamented her bad luck, a grumpy-looking boy walked in. "Holy Jesus, why the hell are there so many brats there?" "What is a Jesus?" the girl wondered and observed the weird boy. The boy seemingly ignored all the other children and walked straight to the shop counter. "Joe, I would like to purchase some chakra induction paper." "All right, how many would you like?" "Just one." "Okay, that would be 2,500 ryo." Why is it so expensive?" "Because it is made of a special tree which is grown and fed with chakra. The procedure is really troublesome, so that's why it's so expensive." "I can't afford it." "Well, that sucks. Anyway, have a nice day." "Wait, why don't you buy a Konoha mystery hero instead? They are currently really popular with kids like yourself." "What the hell are those?" "Each pack contains a random hero from Konoha's history, and each having a certain rarity level." Why tell hell not? My mum will be disappointed if I don't buy anything." "Alright, how much does one pack cost?" 100 ryo. "Okay, then I will buy one." "Would you like to choose a package yourself or just a random?" "Just a random." "Okay, here you go." After purchasing a pack, with an unenthusiastic face, the boy opened it up. "What's this? Wait, is that Tsunade?" "Well, I don't care. I wonder if you can get Madara out of one of these." While the boy wanted to leave, he felt someone pull on his shoulder. Excuse me? Would you be willing to trade your Tsunade figure?" "What the foo?" When the boy turned around, he had a shocked expression. "Is that Tenten?" I knew I would sooner or later run into a main character, but it's still freaking scary. What the hell is she even doing here? So. I gave a smile. Sorry, can you repeat what you have said? I asked if you would be willing to trade your Tsunade figure. You want this figure? Is it a rare figure? It's medium upper rare. But I really want in. I tried many times but didn't get even a single one. He, so you really want it, huh? Okay, I will sell it to you for 2,500 ryo. Tears started to form in her eyes. Can't you sell it cheaper, please? Nope, and the longer you make me wait, the higher the price will be. Now I will sell it only for 2,600. What? 2,700. Wait, I accept, she said with tears and snot flowing down her face. Hey, stop making that face, or others might get the wrong idea. Anyways, here is your figure, so don't cry. Even though she stopped crying, she is glaring at me while she takes the figure. I won't forgive you, you evil. I shrug my shoulders while thinking, well, it's only Tenten, so who cares? Anyway, I now have enough money to buy a chakra induction paper. The boy who wished for love and peace not long ago just shamelessly scammed a little girl. Chapter 4, Bad Feeling. I have finally a chakra induction paper. So now I can finally know my chakra affinity. Wait. I forgot that I don't even know basic chakra manipulation, so I can't send my chakra to the paper. Let's ask my parents. They should at least be able to use basic chakra manipulation since they can use beginner ninjutsu. While Eiji was outside shopping, at the Nakamura house, which was an inauspicious 2-floor building you could find everywhere in Konoha, Kimiko and Satoshi had currently a discussion. Don't you think it's unhealthy for a child his age to not have any friends? Kimiko. I mean, he is kinda mature for his age, so won't it be hard for him to get along with children of his age group? Satoshi. Hey, even you can say something smart sometimes. Come on, why do you have to be so mean? Anyway, isn't it fine since he will have enough time in the future to assemble his hair, I mean friends. I will just ignore what you tried to say. Anyway, even if he is more mature than other children, it will be psychologically detrimental in the future if he can't have decent childhood experiences. A friend of mine has a daughter only 1 year older than Eiji, so how about this? I and Eiji will visit them tomorrow. Wait. If it's a girl, I need to make sure his first harem member is, hey darling, why did you suddenly pick up the chair? When I returned home, before I could ask for any training, my mother suddenly proclaimed that we will be visiting tomorrow a friend of ours. Why is my dad lying on the floor unmovingly? And why do I have a bad feeling about tomorrow? I'm currently on my way with my mum to her friend's house. Why the hell do you even need to drag me along with you? Stop cursing. And I already said it yesterday, my friend has a daughter around your age. Since you don't really interact with children your age that much, I decided it would be best to take you along with me. I already know that, but what I don't understand is, why do I need to play with some stinky brats when I could do something more productive? Do you mean by productive, lying in bed all day with dead fish eyes and complaining that survival is hard? Hey, survival is hard, and conserving energy is healthy. Well, I won't teach you about chakra if you don't play with this stinky brat today, do you understand? Yeah sure, whatever, boss. I really wonder where you learn such foul language. Anyway, we are almost there. While two parents greeted each other, someone shouted suddenly. It's the evil boy from yesterday. Shit. Now I know why I had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 5, The childhood friend of a mob can only be a mob too. A woman who wore a Chinese-style dress asked, "Oh, you already know each other, Tenten?" "Humph, I only know that he is a shameless scoundrel." "Hey, it was an honest deal. Didn't I give you the figure you wanted? Taking advantage of a maiden's heart makes you evil." Well, that's enough for now, you two. Why don't we all go inside first? I have some new tea you haven't tried, Kimiko. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Hey, I know Tenten had less screen time than Sakura's forehead, but still, isn't it too much to have her family be friends with a total mob family? Somehow I feel a bit bad for her. Hey, if you apologize now I will forgive you. We are currently outside at a park not far from their home, since our mothers had the glorious idea to let us play outside while they enjoy some nice green tea. I also like tea. I was never a coffee person, the only coffee I drank occasionally was Irish coffee. Stop ignoring me. Especially when it's spring and it isn't too hot for tea, green tea was my second favorite, while my first. Now I won't forgive you. She suddenly charged at me, so I moved my body a bit. Well, that was a rather pitiful attempt. She fell with her face straight into the ground. Even totally wasted drunkards in my former life could fight better. And now she is crying. And it's too loud to just ignore her. Come on, stop crying, my eardrums will explode. Hey, okay, I am sorry. How about this, I will let you eat as much dango as you want as an apology. Sniff, really? Yeah. At the dango shop. You know, I said I will let you eat as much as you want, but I don't have a huge amount of money with me right now. Humph, well it's enough, so I forgive you. Be glad that a future great kunoichi like me isn't your enemy anymore. A great kunoichi. I raise an eyebrow while future scenes of her flash in my mind. Stop making a face like you aren't convinced. I swear, I will become a legendary kunoichi like Tsunade. Wow, I didn't know that small Tenten would be saying so cheesy lines like a certain orange boy. Tsunade? Was that the reason why you absolutely wanted that figure? Yes, she is proof that girls can be as strong as boys. Isn't the reason why there are so few legendary kunoichi not because of gender differences but rather because there was no female cheater with Uchiha or Senju blood? No way, I will say it out loud, my mum sometimes doubts my sanity already. Well, considering your attack from earlier, you still have a long way to go. And here I thought for a moment that you are actually not evil. It's the truth though. If you charge at someone you should at least make sure that you can change the direction. Then teach me. Hey? Why should I? Because I will tell your mum that you bullied me if you don't. This little bitch. Then I won't pay for the dango. What? You said you will pay for me. Fuck. Because she shouted, the shop owner is now looking. Now it will be hard to say that I need to use the bathroom and quietly disappear. Looks like it's checkmate for me. You know that I don't know much about fighting either? So me teaching you, will be a waste of time. I don't care. After making a maiden cry, you should do your utmost to make her happy. Whatever, arguing with you is pointless. So okay, when do you want to start our training session? Tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Well, I don't think I can decline, so let's go with that. Well, looks like I got myself into a troublesome situation. Now that I think about it, not much is known about Tenten, like for example her family name. Hey, by the way, what's your family name? Well, I won't tell you. Why are you blushing? And why is it such a big secret? Damn, now I really want to find out. On the way home. Joe mum, what's their family name by the way? Don't Joe me. And if you won't know, why don't you just ask Tenten? Since tomorrow you two will play together again, right? Oh, wait, does it mean that you finally have your first friend? It's training. And I don't consider this stupid lass my friend. You don't have to be shy. Well, anyway, I asked her family name and she didn't tell me. If she didn't tell you, then I won't tell you either. He. She said that with a mischievous smile. What the fuck? Why is it such a huge secret? Chapter 6, Affinity. After the visit, I pestered my mum to give me a crash course on basic chakra control like we agreed on. I thought it would take me longer, but the basic principles are pretty easy, so I can now feel my chakra and concentrate it on specific locations, albeit slowly and clunky. So now I'm at a park looking at the chakra induction paper while a certain girl with 2 Chinese-style buns was running in circles. This is the moment that decides my future path. I grin while I'm imagining myself using water guns, breathing out fireballs, or go ultra speed with thunder around my body. Honestly, I'm fine with every chakra affinity as long as it isn't earth or wind. Wind is only useful if you have something like a raise nan, and even though I know the basic principles of it, developing a budget raise nan would be hard. Just look at Naruto. He used for a long time shadow clones to help him form those. So I don't know how I can get strong fast with a wind affinity. And earth, yeah, let's not even mention it. So this is the moment. I slowly concentrate chakra into my left hand and then move it towards the paper on my hand. Please no wind or earth, please no wind or earth. The paper split in two. Everything went black in front of my eyes. While Tenten ran laps, she recalled the conversation she had with Ag when she stopped running a while ago. Huff, huff, I ran now 4 laps, now teach me techniques or something. I already told you that I don't know much about fighting either and that I can't teach you much. But if you want to get stronger, the easiest and most straightforward way is to just get physically fit. But I don't feel like running will make me stronger. Well, that's because it doesn't, and I just wanted to see you suffer. You evil. Joe, calm down, it was just a joke. Anyway, let me explain how it will make you stronger. First of all, no matter how powerful your techniques are, if you run out of steam then you are basically useless. Secondly, it enhances your brain power. With constant stamina training, your body will be able to distribute oxygen more efficiently, which is especially useful for the brain. When the brain has a larger amount of oxygen, the benefits will be, well, there are way too many to list them all. You know what? Sometimes you don't talk like a child. Well, anyway, did my explanation convince you? I guess. Good, then keep running. So she started running again. After a few more laps she felt like she was dying and stopped. Huff, huff, Ag, huff, I'm done, huff, I can't continue, huff, Ag. After catching some breath she looked at Ag. He looked like he was in a semi-unconscious state and kept repeating the same line, existence is pain, everything is pain. Over and over again. Sometimes he is really odd, she thought. Hey Ag, wake up. Waking up is pain, existence is pain. Please stop, you are scaring me, if you don't stop I will rub my snot on you. What the foo? Hey, what happened? Why did you threaten me with your snot? He somehow managed to get up. What happened? I should be the one asking you the question. I'm done with running and wanted to ask you what I should do next, but you were laying on the grass and murmured some creepy stuff. After hearing that, he looked at his left hand, and then his expression turned expressionless like some who had given up on life. Oh right, it is wind, wind, I hope the wind will take me somewhere far off, wind. No, get a hold of yourself. Don't fall back into this creepy state. Yeah, you are right. I must accept the reality that I'm a mob without cheats and have the worst kind of luck possible. What weird things are you saying again? Anyway, what should I do now after running? Running? Oh, right, let's call it for today. Over-exercising isn't helpful. And I need to look for a rope anyway. A rope? Nothing, let's meet here tomorrow at the same time. Alright. Chapter 7, New Path. After coming home I calmed down a bit and decided not to buy a rope. I have to get stronger to survive until Burrito era where the internet is developed. Then I can hide somewhere and enjoy the infinite possibilities of the internet, while I will let others deal with those damn aliens. Anyway, let's think about wind chakra. The characteristics of it is to increase the sharpness of things like kunais, for example. No, I won't be a useless kunai only nin. What can I do other with it instead of buffing kunais? I have no idea. With the other chakra natures I wanted to use scientific principles from my last life to get instantly strong, like with lightning I could fire coins like a railgun, or with water, I could maximize the pressure for water guns or bombs, but for wind, I really don't have anything I can think of. So then let's try a different approach. Let's think of ways without a chakra nature. So chakra in general basically just another form of energy. Even without ninjutsu just a huge amount of chakra alone can be devastating. Just look at Lee and Guy when they open their gates, or Nature when he was buffed with Kurama's chakra, he smashed Hakusa's ice mirrors just with his fists. I can't get my hands on a tailed beast, and even if I could I would be hunted by Akatsuki, so it wouldn't be worth it. So I need to think more into the direction of the 8 gates. If I remember correctly, the principle behind it is that normally you can only use a portion of your chakra to protect the body from overexertion. So if you open the gates you have more chakra, but your body might not be able to handle that. But why can Naruto's body handle so much extra chakra from Kurama? Maybe it's because the 8 gates also use the organs, like letting the heart rate go berserk so that your blood flow is extremely high? So the 8 gates not only enables you to use the stored chakra but squeezes every drop of your body's survival mode out? Does it mean if you could just use the stored chakra, your body would be uninjured? No, probably it's rather the opposite. It's because you let your body go into survival mode that you can use the stored chakra. So that means I have to find ways to increase my chakra without something like the 8 gates? But, do shinobis not have a natural chakra potential limit? And the limit normal shinobis have is not high enough to really enhance someone physically to be able to smash unmeltable ice mirrors with your fist. Wait. If chakra is just another form of energy, then the amount isn't necessarily important but the quality of it. This means I could just accelerate the chakra through my body and then release it suddenly with a bang. Yes, I'm a fucking genius. The door in my room slammed open. Ag, I don't know what you are doing, but be less loud. I could hear your yell in the whole house. I'm sorry, Mum. Anyway, I now know how to get stronger. Starting tomorrow I will train my chakra control and slowly start to accelerate it. Chapter 8, The Dangers of Training. Hey, what are you doing? I'm training my chakra control. Oh, let me do it too, I already ran enough for today. You know I'm pretty much a beginner when it comes to those things, so I can't really help you. Tenten made a smug face. He, then I will teach you. The great me can already use chakra. Hey? Are you serious? He, let me show you. She made a few hand seals and directed chakra into her palms. Is this supposed to be the healing technique of the medic nins? He, yes. Did I surprise you? Ag looked at her palms. The chakra was completely chaotic. It was like disconnected blob pieces. Ag murmured to himself. Was there a thing where she tried to become a medic nin before scrapping the idea and doing her weapon thing? Well, to be honest, I didn't really pay attention to minor characters like her, so I don't know. Listen, Tenten, this was a complete insult towards all medic nins. Wah, her eyes showed complete shock. Why do you even try to become a medic nin? Because I wanted to be like Tsunade. Just trying to copy others will most of the time backfire. Borrow some kunaus from your parents for tomorrow. You will scrap the idea of becoming a medic nin, okay? No. And I won't be training anymore with you. She suddenly ran away. Maybe I was a bit too hard to her. The next day. Why are you here? Didn't you say that you wouldn't be training with me anymore? I just wanted to show you that you are wrong. Yes. Anyway, did you bring some kunaus? Yes, I did, but why do you need them? Well, you will start to practice throwing kunaus. But I have never used them before. I also don't know anything about throwing kunaus, but we will figure things out somehow. But I want to practice other things. Why should I practice with kunaus? Because every shinobi uses them, and when we attend the academy we will have to learn it anyway, so why don't just practice now so we don't have to do it later? But what about you? I will practice later, but I will show you how you should practice. Anyway, let's start. As I said, I don't know much, but I guess the secret behind throwing things, in general, should be your posture. You see the tree over there? I will now try to hit it, so step aside so I don't accidentally hit you. But it's pretty far, I think hitting it will be too hard. Ag ignored her and threw his kunao, it wasn't even close. Well, as expected. Anyway, now it's your turn. After each failure, you try to change the posture to yay, I hit it. A few months passed. Even though I told her that there is nothing more I can do to help her train, for some reason she still comes to the usual place where I train. It seems like she got the idea of becoming a medic nin out of her head. She kept training with kunaos and she even uses now shuriken as well. I have to admit that she really has a talent when it comes to weapons. She can even do now the attack a thing where she hits a kunao with another one to change the direction mid-air. She got on my nerves, so I told her that she shouldn't be conceited if she can't even to that, and then she succeeded. It's only throwing weapons, so who cares? And I'm not saying that because I'm envious, definitely not. Anyway, when it comes to my training, I observed a few things when it comes to chakra. First, it's fairly easy to concentrate chakra on a few specific locations like the feet without hand seals. Concentrating chakra on other spots without is pretty tough. I asked my parents to teach me some easy hand seals, but I try to train without using them since I need to be able to direct chakra through my whole chakra system and not just to certain spots to be able to accelerate it. Secondly, I observed that chakra hasn't a fixed speed. If you are angry or something, your chakra flow is faster, but the speed difference isn't really that huge. Thirdly, I already knew this, but experiencing the difference is still really cool. You can not only concentrate chakra on the feet or hands to enhance psychical prowess, you can also do it with your head to improve your mental prowess. Anyway, after the last few months, I made a breakthrough and now I can accelerate my chakra a bit in fixed spots like my hand. Controlling the acceleration is really hard, so I can't really use it in a fight right now since I'm basically standing still to concentrate. But that's not important. What's important is that I feel a difference in the physical enhancement, which proves my theory. Anyway, now I want to test something else. I want to release the accelerated chakra with a bang. If I'm able to do that, I could become a walking nuke muhahaha. I start to slowly concentrate my chakra into my fist, then move it in circles while slowly accelerating. After it is at a satisfying speed, I release it. Boom. Shit, my hand. AG. Chapter 9, What's Important? When I opened my eyes, I was confused. A white ceiling and rhythmic beep sounds. Oh, you are awake. Let me get the doctor and your mother. Doctor? Does it mean I'm in a hospital? I remember now, I trained and wanted to test something out. Shit, if I'm in the hospital it means it's pretty serious, my mum will kill me. AG. My mum stormed into the room with teary eyes and instantly hugged me. I'm sorry AG, I should have observed your training, I'm sorry. Fuck, I thought she will be furious, but if she behaves like that it makes me feel like shit. Sorry mum, it's my fault. I'm just glad that you are okay. Ahem, excuse me, but since he is awake now I need to give the medical report. Sorry, we are listening. No, it's okay. Anyway, his right hand was heavily damaged. We could fix it for the most part, but there are still complications that will stay. I'm sorry to say this, but he will only be able to make crude movements. He won't be able to use things like chopsticks or hand seals with his right hand. I'm telling you this because both of your parents are shinobis and you are probably thinking about becoming one too, but I advise you to pursue other career paths instead. So it was a pretty serious injury? I should have definitely been more careful and I shouldn't have used my physical body to run experiments. After realizing what the doctor said, my mum broke down into crying again while hugging me tighter. I'm sorry. Honestly, it all feels kinda surreal, so I don't know if I'm supposed to cry as well. After the crying of my mum stopped, she told me that Dad is soon returning from a mission and that we will also visit me. It looks like she left in consideration of me and tried to hold back her tears. I murmured to myself, it's not like I can't become a shinobi with a crippled hand. I fell asleep, but I instantly woke up because I heard someone scream from the floor outside, Ag. Even if you can't become a shinobi, you still can form a hair. You come to your injured son and the first thing you say is some nonsense. Suddenly it went quiet and then my mum opened the door with a smile to tell me, your father was delayed, so he will come to visit you a bit later, so you should sleep again. Okay. Hey Ag, there is who wants to visit you. Is it Dad? No, it's your friend, so I let her in, okay. Tenten walks slowly into the room, not sure what to say. I heard of the injury, but I don't think it's important. I think it's more important that you are okay, so. Thanks. I know you wanted to be a shinobi, but I came to give you a gift, so please don't be sad. Tears start to form around her eyes while she said that. Ag thought that she is really adorable right now. A gift. Sniff, yeah, here. When Ag saw that the gift was a Tsunade figure, he recognized it. He suddenly broke out in laughter. He recalled the times he was with his idiotic dad, his mum, and Tenten. He thought to himself, I didn't want to admit this, but I had a lot of fun, right? Ha 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 ha, you are really, thank you, but you can keep the figure since I don't plan on giving up on becoming a shinobi. You should know that a genius like myself won't be stopped by a small injury like that. While he said that, Ag smiled wholeheartedly for the first time since regaining his memories. When Tenten saw that genuine and pure smile, she blushed while keeping silent. Hey, what's wrong? And nothing, anyway, if that's your answer I won't lose to you. Then she suddenly ran away. Hey, I don't remember her being at Tsundere, no, I'm probably just imagining things. Chapter 10, Annoying. Staying in the hospital was pretty boring. If it were already Boruto era, I could play video games on a handheld to pass time. Still, I could use the time to think things through. First of all, not being able to use both hands to form signs is annoying. I didn't intend to use hand signs at first since I counted on my acceleration technique to carry me, but that ended, let's just say, trying to train that will make me the ultimate Deidara cosplayer. I could still learn to use hand signs with one hand like Haku, but that will take a huge amount of effort, that's why it is annoying. When it comes to my failed experiment, I can say that the problem was my control. Some chakra went out of my fist as I intended, or else my whole arm would have been probably blown into pieces, while some rest chakra stayed in the fist and it got released there. Controlling chakra isn't already easy, and if it's accelerated, controlling it is really just too hard. That means it has potential, but until I learn to control it fully I will probably be already on the other side just from training it. I was conceited, I really should treat my body more carefully. So after thinking, I concluded that I should accelerate my chakra into objects instead, which will greatly reduce the risk to me. But what would be a good object to use? Well, I already thought of something. After I woke up I only stayed a few days more in the hospital. I got occasional visits from my mum and Tenten and even my dad. When my dad visited me he was pretty calm and civilized, which wasn't really like him, seeing his bruises, though I think it's obvious what happened. Anyway, now I want to leave my house, but my mum is too worried. You know, after what happened you think I let you go train again. But I don't intend to train, I just want to take a walk around the village. Actually I thought I should ground you as a punishment, but since you only go out to train it wouldn't be really a punishment. Well, whatever, as long as you promise me that you don't go training it should be fine. Thanks. Speaking like that isn't really like you, sorry, I know that you are still probably shocked, but you don't have to force yourself, we will love you the same even if you can't become a shinobi. Why do they all think not being able to use hand signs with both hands is such a big deal? It's only annoying, nothing more. Well, the injury does make me considerably worse in taijutsu though. Anyway, you may ask why I suddenly decided to take a stroll? It's because I'm searching for something, or rather someone. Who am I searching for? I also don't know. The Jonin standby station. It's the first time I have come here. Here, the Jonin stay to await the Hokage's orders or when they are off duty. I really hope I don't run into a main character like Kakashi here since I'm not mentally prepared right now and things would just get awkward. There, two Jonin I don't recognize, thank God, stand outside as guards. Hey you brat, this building is only for Jonins. I know, I'm here cause I'm looking for someone. Who are you looking for? I want to know if there are any shinobis in Konoha who are proficient in Kenjutsu. Kenjutsu equals swordsmanship. That's an odd question, why do you want to know? Oh come on, you know how brats are, they all want to see us shinobis do some cool stuff. Anyway we in Konoha don't have many Kenjutsu user, I know that in Kirigakura they have a lot. When it comes to Konoha, only Hay-8 comes into my mind. Hay-8? This name sounds familiar but I don't remember who that is. Could you tell me where I can find this Hay-8? Well, I think he should be inside right now. Inside the Jonin standby station. Hey Hay-8, someone is looking for you outside. Cough, is it Yujao? No, someone else. Chapter 11, First Teacher. When Hayato went outside he didn't expect that a little brat he has never seen before wanted to meet him. He observed the boy, he was only around 5 or 6 years old, had black hair and he had a grumpy expression and looked like he was a bit dumb. He wore brown shorts with sandals and had a white t-shirt which was a bit too big so it hung down. But what was most visible was that his right hand was covered in a huge amount of bandages. Overall he gives the impression of someone who always gets himself into fights, Hay-8 thought. That couldn't be further from the truth though, since AG stays most of the time at home and he has only one friend. Cough, so why did you want to meet me? When the kid heard the cough it looked like he recognized something. I heard you are a Kenjutsu user and I wanted to ask you to teach me. Hey? Why should I? Who are you anyway? Come on, Konoha doesn't have many Kenjutsu user, shouldn't we as followers of the way of the sword stick together? What a cheeky brat, Hay-8 thought. Cough, with your age you are probably not even in the academy, so you don't even know the basics, so no, that would be just too much work. But I can already use some chakra, come on, I'm a genius, wouldn't having a genius as your student be immensely prestigious? Cough, you know there is a limit to how conceited you can be. While Hay-8 still spoke, AG already gathered chakra into his feet and then suddenly charged at him and threw a kick. Hay-8 was slightly surprised but instantly saw through his move and decided to block it, but then AG used the arm, with which Hay-8 blocked the kick, as a springboard and shot back like a cannon. Even though it shot AG back, the force of that jump almost blew Hay-8 also away if he didn't concentrate his chakra into his feet. That's a pretty good chakra control for such an age, he thought. That was pretty rude to suddenly jump at me. Well, I wanted to show you how much of a genius I am. This kid is kinda annoying. But his skills are real. To develop such chakra control you need to have a good concentration. Most children his age have problems to even sit still for some time without fidgeting or something because they would be bored. That's why the academy takes most of the time only older children. Cough, what's your name, kid? Eiji Nakamura. Eiji, you know if I wanted students I just could get a Junin team. Come on, just teach me a bit and I will figure the rest out myself. Alright. I don't mind showing you some sword basics, but I don't have the time to teach you beyond that, are you okay with that? Yeah. So do you have a sword? Nope. Cough. Didn't you call yourself a follower of the way of the sword? I have a sword in my heart. He is really cheeky and shameless for his age, this will be a pain, Hay-8 thought. Why did I choose the sword? Because I can gather my chakra into the scabbard and then release it when I draw the sword. Like that, I won't have to worry about blowing myself up. Why do I ask someone to teach me with a normal sword style when I want to focus on sword drawing? Because I honestly don't have any idea about swords. I don't even know how to hold one properly, so knowing the basics is a must no matter which style I want to use. About this Hayate though, I now remember him. Wasn't he one of the proctors during the Chunin exams? I somehow feel a spiritual connection with him since he ends up as cannon fodder, a fate I try my best to escape. Anyway, I now have to get a sword from somewhere. Joe Mum, can you buy me a sword? Hell no. Shit. Chapter 12, It heals fast, don't worry. But I really need a sword. You are probably thinking about starting to train again, but I won't let you train alone anymore. Tomorrow I don't have guard duty so I can oversee you so you don't injure yourself. And if you want to use a sword, I will let you have one only when I see that you are ready to handle one. You really don't trust me, huh? That was an accident which only happened because I tried to do something ridiculous, which I won't do again, so don't be so creepily overprotective. I mean, when I used Tenten's kunais nothing happened either, right? I don't trust you precisely because you always try something ridiculous. Tenten's mother told me not long ago that Tenten showed her a dangerous kunai technique. When her mother furiously asked her where she learned that, she answered that it was your idea. She lied. It was her idea alone. I even told her that it's too dangerous, but she didn't listen to me. You know, when you lie you should at least act as you believe yourself what you are saying. Anyway, I won't let you train without supervision anymore, and I will definitively not buy you a sword. So the problem is, that there is no one to supervise my training? Well, funnily enough, when I took a stroll right now I somehow got a jonin, who specializes in kenjutsu, to agree to train me, so which colors can I choose for my sword? After convincing her, my mum finally bought me a sword. But somehow I think she is pissed off about something because she bought a really cheap one, but even worse is the color. It's pink. Why are there even pink swords? Seriously, who would even buy them? At least the form is normal, it's pretty much a standard katana. But it's still pretty awkward. Right now I'm with that Hayate guy at a training field, and when he saw my sword the only thing I got was silence and a cough. Urgh, this is so embarrassing, I wanna die. Well, when it comes to things like that it's best to keep a poker face. Cough, I think I didn't really introduce myself last time. I'm Hayate Gecko, a special jonin. So anyway, since you want to learn the basics of kenjutsu, let's start from the beginning. First of all, contrary to Kumigakuer or Kirigakuer, Konohagakuer doesn't put a heavy emphasis on kenjutsu. But it doesn't mean that our kenjutsu is worse, it's just not on a large scale. Most kenjutsu users of Konoha are in fact Anbu members. Many of them start learning kenjutsu only after joining the Anbu though, so why do you think they do this? I guess it's because it's a silent and efficient way to kill. Cough, most kids your age would have answered something like it's cool or something. Is your head really alright? Come on, I'm just a bit smart for my age, no need to think I'm a psycho. Anyway, is my answer right? Well, partly yes, but the more important reason is that even members who specialize in mid or long range fights have the means to get an advantage in close combat. Even though they could use kunais or taijutsu, the advantage of a sword in close combat is too big. Cough, anyway I think we should just start. I will show you now the basic posture and movements. Yes, sensei. No need to call me sensei, I'm just showing you the basics. By the way, what's with your injury? How long will it take to heal? Just 1 or 2 weeks. Cough, till then I will just show you the basic movements which only need one arm. In the Hokage office. Good afternoon, Hayate. What brings you here today? Aren't you off duty right now? Cough. Lord Hokage, I came here to ask for information regarding a child with the name Eiji Nakamura. That's unusual of you. May I ask you why? Well, because I'm currently teaching him, but I don't know anything about him, so I want some basic background information. I can't say that I ever heard of this child. But I don't think you just decided randomly to teach someone without a reason, right? Cough. To be honest, he is pretty smart for his age and he didn't ask for a lot, he just wanted that I only teach him the basics, but... he is a bit odd. I don't know how to describe it, but behind his bratty attitude, there is some mature wisdom the way he approaches things, which wouldn't be possible with smartness alone. Odd? Ha 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 ha, well we certainly have many odd youngsters in our village, ah ha ha ha. When the third Hokage stopped laughing heartily he looked towards one of his attendants, the latter then nodded and disappeared. Not long after the attendant appeared with a report. Then the attendant summarized, Eiji Nakamura, 5 years old, a normal background, the only noteworthy things are 2 incidents. The first where he ended up in the hospital almost dead because he consumed a brain power pill which his young body couldn't handle, the second is, where he also ended up in the hospital, the cause this time was that an accident occurred while he was training. Apparently, he injured his right hand, and the medical reports say that it was damaged heavily, so a future as a shinobi is unlikely. That's all. Cough, cough. Are you alright, Hey 8? Just 1 or 2 weeks my ass. Chapter 13, The Budget Genius. What's a genius? Most people would think of people with an immense amount of talents, youngsters, who despite being younger, often outmatch their seniors and learn anything at a shocking speed. But it's not only talent that makes a genius. Often they have also a sharp mind and intellect which sets them apart from their peers. Currently, Hey 8 was eating dinner at Ichiraku Ramen with one of those geniuses. Her name is Yujao Uzuki, she joined the Anbu when she was only in her childhood, trained later Kenjutsu under Hey 8, and is also his lover. Hey, I heard you are teaching some brat now. Well, at the start I only wanted to teach him the basics, but honestly watching him train is fun so I keep teaching him. Hoo, so he must be special if he caught your eyes, right? Cough, well it's hard to say. His talent is the definition of mediocre, not even comparable to you. So he isn't really a genius and his personality is a bit rotten. Rotten. Cough, he is pretty shameless and has a rude demeanor. He really knows how to get on people's nerves. Then why are you teaching him? The thing is, even though his talent is mediocre his progress is still shocking for his age. I think the best way to describe why would be because of his mindset. When it comes to training, he somehow gets serious and shows some kind of professionalism. What I mean by that is, that he focuses on mastering the fundamentals instead of trying to jump straight into flashy techniques, and he also trains efficiently, he doesn't train too much where it becomes detrimental instead. But most importantly, his standards when it comes to strength are pretty high. What do you mean by that? Cough, well most would consider Chunin to be relatively strong while Jonin would be something unfathomable, the elite, right? Well, I can see it in his gaze, that what he considers to be strong, goes even beyond Anbu level. So he is a dreamer? Well, that's certainly good, since if your expectations aren't high, no matter how unachievable they are, this will only limit one pretty heavily. So shooting for the stars is a good habit. Cough, I agree, that's why it's so fun to see him grow. Someone who is mediocre, but still has a shocking growth speed similar to geniuses, a budget genius. A budget genius? Oh dear, you sometimes come up with really strange ideas, well that's a part I love about you though. It's now around 2 months since I started Kenjutsu training around Hey 8. He showed me a one-handed sword style because of my injury. I already have understood most of the basic stuff when it comes to Kenjutsu, partly because his teaching style was more or less learning by doing. Means a lot of sparring, a lot. I don't mind though since it is the best way to get a feeling about what you are supposed to do. So I can proudly say that I'm already a swordsman. But that's only for pure Kenjutsu without the use of chakra. He told me starting next week he will teach me how to implement chakra into Kenjutsu. To be honest, I think he somehow forgot that he only wanted to teach me the basics, not that I mind though. Other than Kenjutsu training, I kept training my chakra manipulation. I even started to try the tree climbing practice, but let's just say the results aren't as good as I hoped. When it comes to the acceleration technique, I have to postpone it for now since I already have a full training regimen, and after using chakra for the tree climbing practice, I just don't have enough chakra to do it. But overall things progress smoothly. Too smoothly. A wise man once said, if life seems peaceful, truck-kun will come to get you when you least expect it. Good thing that there are no trucks in this world. Anyway, I somehow have the feeling I forgot something this whole time. At the park where Eiji and Tenten trained. There, a super angry Tenten threw a barrage of weapons towards practice dummies which had all faces of Eiji drawn onto them. I can't believe he forgot about me. Chapter 14, A Girl's Heart and a Dance. My sword broke. Seems like the sparring training was too much for this cheap tourist sword. So now I have to ask my mum for a new one. Problem is, she is currently on a mission and will only return in a week or so. Hey Dad, my sword broke. Can you buy me a new one? That's, when it comes to the finances, your mother doesn't let me handle it, sorry. He really is useless. Anyway, what should I do now? Oh right, maybe Tenten has a sword I could borrow? Since the park is between my and her house, maybe I should look there first? Normally in Konoha, the training fields are occupied by genin teams, so for non-shinobi families, if they want to practice before the academy, they need to go into the woods or something. However, there is a park which can be used for training too, since the park is pretty big, so you don't disturb anyone if you train there. But recently the normal children stopped hanging out there because there were rumors that a demon in the form of a little girl rampaged there. So when Eiji got near to the park, some children warned him, "Hey, you shouldn't go to the park, there is a demon who will eat the soul of anyone unlucky enough to cross paths with it." A demon? What the hell are you guys talking about? Anyway, I have some business there, so don't bother me. What the? We just wanted to help you, but you are so rude, we don't care if you get eaten. Eiji shrugged his shoulders and went on. When Eiji got near their former training spot, he could see a girl from afar. Hey, Tenten. Long time no see. How are you doing? By the way, if you have a sword, can you lend it to me? When the girl heard the voice and how he shamelessly jumped straight into asking to borrow something while not even finishing greeting, she slowly turned around. For Eiji, at this moment, it looked like the girl breathed fiery steam out of her mouth and her eyes glowed red. Holy shit, there is really a demon here, let's try to slowly turn. After not saying anything for 2.5 months, you think you can just come here and ask me to lend something? Shouldn't you be here to apologize? Oh yeah right, I kinda forgot to tell you that I would be training somewhere else. Anyway, I'm currently busy, so I have to go now. Suddenly a kunao flew which missed his face only for a few millimeters. I think it's pretty dangerous to throw those things near people. When he saw the amount of throwing weapons she pulled out, Eiji knew for the first time in his both lives what fear truly was. Girls are really scary when they are angry, that's the last thought he had before he fainted from fear. When he woke up and saw the number of weapons near him, he thought he died and woke up in hell, where he will get tortured with those weapons for all eternity. Stop, you evil demons, I'm the most virtuous person who has ever lived, you have the wrong guy. An icy voice answered, you are calling me a demon? You know there is a limit to how shameless you can be. Hey, wait, I am alive and didn't end up in hell. I can send you there if you want. Long time no see, Tenten. Come on, don't be mad. I have a sensei now and just didn't have the time to tell you that I won't be coming here for a while. I'm sorry. Will you forgive me if I let you eat as much dango as you want? Yeah. It looks like the saying is true, that the pathway to a girl's heart is sweets. But all the money I saved will be gone because of this glutton. Well, considering it saves my life, it's probably worth it. Cough, you said that you are currently low on cash, so I bought a sword for you so we don't lose any time. I'm really thankful for that, but why is it pink? Cough, I thought it was your favorite color. No. Hey-8 smiled mischievously. Anyway, you said that your tree climbing practice goes well, right? If that's the case, then I will show you a high-level technique. To be honest, learning it might take a long time, so if we add it to the training now, then you will save a lot of time later on, especially since one of your hands is practically unusable. But I will only teach it to you if you promise me something, okay? Well, it should be fine, but what promise? That while you learn it, you will only practice it while I'm with you because it involves a dangerous ninjutsu. Gulp, alright, I promise. Cough, then observe it while I show it to you, leaf-style dance of the crescent moon. When he said that, 2 shadow clones appeared, and with them, Hey-8 leaped through the air in a formation reminiscent of the crescent move, and then they slashed simultaneously at the practice dummy. Cough, since it involves the shadow clone jutsu, I will teach it first to you before we start to train your movement and coordination with your clones for the technique. The shadow clone jutsu is also the reason why it's so dangerous, because it can deplete your chakra instantly if you don't handle it correctly, which can result in death. Yes, sensei. Hey-8 smiled while he thought, I told him in the past to not call me that, but since he called me it now at this moment, it means he respects me. Holy shit, it's the shadow clone jutsu. Who cares about the dance of the crescent moon? I can learn the shadow clone jutsu. If Hey-8 could hear Eiji's thoughts at this moment, he would certainly cry. Chapter 15, Trauma. Currently, I'm at my grandparents' house, because it's my grandma's birthday. Since my father didn't inherit his family's business, his parents were really pissed off. Until now the relationship is really cold. Even before I regained my memories, I almost never saw them. Anyway, the grandma, which today's birthday is my mum's mother. Their relationship is good, that's why she invites us every year to her birthday. Actually almost the whole family gets invited, that's why it's always a huge gathering. My mum's family are basically the tatami mats producer for the whole village, they have even occasionally clients like the Hyuga or Uchiha clan. But during the Third Shinobi War, no one wanted to buy tatami mats. That's why, as the oldest child, my mum became a shinobi to help them financially out. But since she became a shinobi, she can't inherit the family business, which is why her younger sister, my aunt, always mocks her. That's also the case for her daughter. Hey, long time no see, Glue Eater. Hi. She is about 2 years older than me, and currently, we were with all the other kids in the same room, while the adults were in the main room. Hey, I really want to practice the shadow clone jutsu right now, but I'm stuck here. I wonder how much glue you ate since the last time I saw you? Hi. Tenten is probably training right now. After she forgave me, she insisted that I practice with her when Hey-8 sensei is busy. By the way, the barrage was scary, she really got strong. I'm confident that in a real fight she would beat me easily. But she still asked me what she should do next since she already mastered long-range weapons. I told her that her weakness is that she has to carry this barrage with her, which slows her down while also interfering with her movements, so she should use Fuinjutsu to store her weapons. When she heard it, she looked at me like I'm some all-knowing guru, but I just told her what she would be able to do later on her own. Well, if she gives me money for the advice I won't mind though, he. Hey, are you listening to me? Or is your brain damaged from eating all the glue? Joe, can you shut up, you little shit? Or else I'm gonna kick you in the leg. Hatsumaya was shocked. In the past, when she mocked Eiji, he would always run away while crying. He was really dumb, and because he was so slow he wasn't able to get along with others, which resulted in him being also shy. In short, he was a weird and dumb kid who ate glue. But now he has the aloof and cool air of a delinquent around him. It also seems like he isn't slow anymore. How did this happen? But more importantly, did he just insult me? Hey, what did you call me now just now? I called you little shit, you deaf bitch. She fainted. Hatsumi was always doted by her parents, which gave her a bit of a superiority complex. She was never insulted before, so when Ag didn't use a childish insult, like kids their age would do, but rather crude mature ones, she was so shocked that she actually fainted. Ag looked at her unconscious body. Who cares about her? Soon the horror of the Nakamura children will appear. What he refers to as the horror is actually his grandpa. Always when there is a family gathering, the children would choose to sacrifice one of them. The sacrifice would help his grandfather to help him find his denture. The grandfather is senile, so he always forgets his denture somewhere, and since he doesn't want to trouble the adults, he goes into the room where all the children are playing, to ask to help him. So for the children, it kinda evolved into a ritual whenever there is a family gathering to choose one unlucky one, since no one wants to look for a dirty and used venture. There is even a legend between the kids, that the unlucky ones who get chosen will be traumatized for their whole lives. This time they will choose the sacrifice through a rock-paper-scissors tournament. Ag doesn't intend to become the sacrifice, because the reason why he ate glue in the past was that he was so traumatized, that he needed some budget drugs. Hey Ag, it's your turn, hurry up before the horror comes. Oh no, did I just hear steps in the hallway? Come on, hurry up, there are only 2 more matches to go. Sorry guys, but I have to shit. While he said that, he ran out of the room, leaving the other children flabbergasted. Feeling betrayed, they also started to run out of the room, while the unconscious Hatsumi slowly woke up while her demise slowly crept towards the room. Oh, can someone of you children stop playing for a minute to help me find my denture please? Chapter 16, Enrollment. A few years passed. A boy was staring at a training dummy. He carried a pink-sheathed sword in his right hand, while his left hand was only a few centimeters away from the grip. His posture was slightly bent forward. Suddenly he disappeared and appeared behind the dummy. The sword was slightly unsheathed, and when he moved his right hand so that it could glide back fully into the sheath, a clean cut appeared on the dummy's neck. I finally mastered a basic Iaijutsu technique. Anyway, I should get going now or I will be late. The day the village's children enroll at the academy as a special one. It signifies not only honor, but it's also seen as a turning point in most of the children's lives. Because of that, for this special occasion, the Hokage himself is giving a speech. It is a grand speech, which ignites the hearts of the children while also letting the present adults reminisce of the past when it was their enrollment day. But one boy rolled his eyes and looked like he was bored to death. Does he really need to make his speech so long? Anyway, it looks like other than Tenten I only recognize Niji and Lee here. It wasn't Eiji's enrollment, it was Tenten's. So he stood next to her and her parents while looking at the ones he recognized. Niji had a stern and unhappy look. He was accompanied by a random Hyuga, which was probably from the branch house. It looks like his father already died. Next, he looked towards Lee. Well, he still has a normal haircut. Anyway, even though it's boring here, I finally have the opportunity to find out Tenten's family name. Every time he asked her to finally tell it, she would always blush and say that it's too early for him to know and he should wait until she is ready. His plan for today is to wait for an opportunity where he can just ask one of her parents. After the Hokage finally finished his speech, all the formalities were finished, so a celebrating atmosphere erupted. The parents would congratulate their own children and children from their friends. Tenten, congratulations! As your father, I can't be more proud of you that you choose the noble path to protect the village. Congratulations, Tenten! Thanks, Mum and Dad. She then looked at the Ag who stood beside her. After noticing her gaze, he said, to be honest, enrolling isn't really worth celebrating since they would probably take even someone who sits in a wheelchair as long he spouts fire of will nonsense. I'm just joking, anyway congratulations, I have a gift for you. He pulled out a kunao which was obviously specially made since it had beautiful markings and the characters heaven, heaven which means Tenten. What? You are still not satisfied? Just so you know, I used all my money for it, so I can't buy you sweets. No, that's not it. Lord Hokage is behind you and heard what you said. Ha ha ha, I have to admit, this was a great joke. I'm pleased that there are children in the village with a great sense of humor. By the way, congratulations on your enrollment. While Tenten was happy to be congratulated personally by the Hokage, Ag was completely scared. Holy shit, where the hell did he jump out suddenly? Wasn't he giving his speech pretty far away from us? Shit, what do I say now? Good afternoon, Lord Hokage. Ha ha ha, good afternoon to you too. Even though it was a joke, there is some truth in the fact that the most important thing we are looking for in students is the will of fire. It's because it's even more important than ability and strength. After all, in times where your abilities aren't enough, it's the will. After noticing that the Hokage will start a lengthy monologue about basically the same stuff he said in his speech, Ag recovered from his shocked state and got bored fast, so he drifted with his thoughts away. So in a year, it will be my turn. I can already use the Shadow Clone Jutsu even with my crippled hand, since it's probably the easiest and plain hand seal and doesn't require precise finger movements to form. When I told Hayate Sensei that I wanted to learn some Iaijutsu, he told me that he doesn't have a lot of knowledge about that and that he would look, if there are any records in Konoha with some knowledge on Iaijutsu. Since he is a special jonin, he just went to the Konoha archive library. There he found some records of a former Konoha shinobi who traveled to the Land of Iron and who analyzed some of their Iaijutsu techniques and wrote it down. With my sensei's help, we could learn most of it, since there was only basic stuff recorded because the shinobi wasn't taught anything there and all was just purely from his observations. Sensei also told me that I'm now pretty decent in Kenjutsu overall. Well, I could also see that when I sparred with Tenten, her parents noticed her talent in weaponry, so they started buying her a huge variety of weapons. She basically can pick up any weapon for the first time and do decently with it. Thank God, I can still beat her in swords duels, or else I would lose my pride as a swordsman. Anyway, before I enroll, I need to master the dance of the crescent moon, while starting to add my wind chakra when I use the sword. I don't think I will have the time to make progress with my chakra acceleration till then though. This will probably have to wait till I'm in the academy and mastered everything else first. And that is why the will of fire is the most important thing for the shinobis of our village, don't you agree? Hey? Yes, totally. When he looked beside him, only he and the Hokage were still there, the rest already went home. No. I lost my chance to finally discover Tenten's family name. Chapter 17, Enrollment. Oh no, not again. It's now my enrollment at the academy. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't nervous, seeing Naruto, Sasuke, and the others in reality for the first time. That's why my eyes are bloodshot, not because I wanted to make a budget Uchiha cosplay, but rather because I couldn't sleep last night at all. But because I have to listen to the old geezer's same speech as last year again, my nervousness vanished magically and now I have to be careful to not fall asleep instead. Everyone is listening to him seriously, which also doesn't make it better, since the voice of the Hokage is the only thing you can hear now. Well, in truth there are some exceptions. Anyway, there is only one boy who isn't accompanied by family or friends. He looks really sad, except when he notices that someone looks at him, then he sends a challenging glare to them. Who could it be except for the protagonist of one of the most known anime with the iconic name, Boruto's Day, I mean Naruto Uzumaki. I really feel bad for him, but as a mob, I should probably keep my distance so that I don't mess the whole world up with something like the butterfly effect. I mean, it would be funny to corrupt him and to see how things unfold, but I need someone to defeat Tree Hippie Madara and those damn aliens. Anyway, he isn't the only important one here. Sasuke is looking happy. He is accompanied by his parents and by Isekaied. I know he has many fans, but in my eyes, he is just another dirty Sharingan abuser. And I'm not saying that because I'm jealous and also want a Sharingan, Definitely not, I swear. Sakura is. Her forehead is really big. You could probably build a tent there. I better never say that out loud. Koji, there is not a lot to say other than he is eating chips. Shikamaru looks like he is bored to death. Yes, I understand you completely. Ino is seriously listening to the speech though. Kaiba is more focused on Akamaru than the speech. I can't blame him. Hinata is happy. I thought she would be shy and awkward, but, oh right, it must be the red scarf she is holding while looking over to our Prince Charming Naruto. Shino, shit, it's so hard not to laugh. Seeing a little brat in a hooded jacket while wearing sunglasses is just too much. Then there is Irika, who stands next to the Hokage. It sure is weird seeing them in reality. I mean, I already saw the Hokage and Tenten, but Hiruzen is making me always sleepy, and Tenten is a half mob. Other than them there are some mobs, myself included. But it doesn't surprise me that there are so many who are enrolling. The day before was the enrollment test, and you just had to answer a few questions. You just had to answer things like, I want to become a shinobi to protect my loved ones, or other cheesy lines. It was so dumb that I really had to hold myself back from telling sarcastic or cynical answers. It was really hard to hold myself back. Anyway, I think the only way to fail is to say edgy stuff like I want power or want to kill. AG. Congratulations. My mum suddenly hugged me. Hey? Is the speech finally over? AG. Make me proud and form a hug hair boy. AG. As your senior, congratulations. Anyway, here is a gift. Tenten gave me a panda bear pendant. That's really cool. To be honest, I like pandas. Cough. Congratulations on your enrollment. I have something for you. Heiei Sensei gave me his present. Sensei, thank you, but this is too much. It is a high-quality sword. You can see that it is expensive. It is mostly black while the rest was violet. It is a beautiful sword. No, take it. It is proof that you are now an excellent swordsman. Also, from today onwards I'm not your sensei anymore. There is nothing more I can teach you in terms of kenjutsu, but as a shinobi, you still have a lot to learn. So go to the academy and become a splendid shinobi. This guy. Thank you for everything, Heiei Sensei. I will become a shinobi you can be proud of. While saying that, I bowed to him to express my deepest gratitude. I definitely won't let you die. Cough. I already said that you don't have to call me sensei anymore. By the way, you should give your sword a name. He said that with a small smile. After thinking for a while, I gave a smile and said, I name it Kagayako Heike. Chapter 18, Troublemaker Squad. Ha ha ha, that's a great name. By the way, congratulations on your enrollment. What the? If Hiruzen keeps appearing suddenly out of nowhere, one day I will definitely get a heart stroke. More importantly, why is he here? Shouldn't he comfort Naruto or something since he is lonely? Thanks. Ha ha ha, anyway, I wanted to tell you something. You know, it's pretty rare to get trained personally by a jonin before enrolling in the academy, so I'm looking forward to your future. Hey 8, how have you been? It looks like I caught some attention. Well, as long as it's only Hiruzen and not someone like Danzo, everything should be fine. And if he thinks I will become one of those turbo geniuses who rise to Anbu as kids, he will be disappointed. He. Because even if could rise to Anbu, I wouldn't. The missions you get are too dangerous and it really hasn't any merit besides feeling cool and a good payment. Anyway, it looks like he is done talking to Heiei and my parents, so I guess that's it for today. So tomorrow I'm gonna be a student. Cough, why are you making that sad face? Because it's a farewell, right? You said you won't teach me anymore, so I guess I probably won't see you anymore. Cough, you are right, we probably won't see each other as student and sensei anymore. But that's why you have to do your best to graduate so we can see each other as fellow shinobis. I looked at his smile. He is right, doesn't matter what happens or what I plan on doing, I should graduate first. While thinking this, I feel how a smile forms on my mouth. Now I'm kinda curious how the academy will be. Greetings, I'm Irika Umino. I will be your head instructor from now on. Our first class will be about the will of fire. Alright, starting tomorrow I start skipping class. Ag was currently sitting in the last row next to the window, alone. When he first arrived he chose the last row so he doesn't get much attention, but no one chose to sit next to him. The reason is the way he looks. He carries an adult-sized sword on his shoulder which is in stark contrast with his small child body. The sword has also a pendant, which looks like the face of a panda bear, attached to the end of the grip, which absolutely doesn't suit the refined look of the high-quality sword. Other than that, he is wearing a white shirt which is a bit too long and shorts with sandals, giving him a nonchalant look. But the most important thing is his face. It looks like he always wants to pick a fight with somebody. In short, it's someone you don't want to get involved with. Okay, this was a basic rundown. Why don't we go to the roof? I will explain there more, while you get to see the faces of our Hokage. Hell no. I'm not going. If I hear another thing about the will of fire I will lose my mind. Let's just pretend that I somehow got separated from the group and got lost. While everyone started to follow Irika towards the roof, Ag sneaked into what looked like a training hall. I can wait here till everyone returns and then just sneak back into the group. Ah ha ha ha, this stupid sensei couldn't see how I sneaked out. Geez, keep your voice down or else someone might hear us. Ah yeah, Akamaru, sitting at a desk is boring, right? Potato chips noises. Looks like I'm gonna be part of the troublemaker squad. Chapter 19, Traitor. Hey, who are you? Are you here to tell on us? Asked Naruto with a challenging glare. When he said that, the rest looked towards Ag. No, he looks like he is here to skip as well. Anyway, can't you keep your voice down? Shikamaru. He is right, I'm here to skip too because I can't handle another will of fire speech, Ag. Alright then, but why do you walk around with a sword like a weirdo? Naruto. I honestly think walking with a sword around isn't as weird as taking your dog to school. Ag. Oh yeah, he is right. Hey you over there, what happens if your dog has to pee? Naruto. It looks like right now they don't really know each other. Well, considering that we students still didn't introduce ourselves, it makes sense. Hey, if you have a problem with Akamura being here, then say that directly to my face. Kaiba. Like I would get scared telling that straight to your dumb-looking face. Naruto. What did you say? Kaiba. Geez, can you guys calm down? If you guys start fighting now, someone might hear us. Anyway, I'm gonna take a nap, so keep your voices down, Shikamaru. Naruto. Whatever, Akamaru, let's move around to blast some steam off. Woof. Hey, didn't you hear what I just said? Shikamaru. Hey, can I have some of your chips? Ag. I only asked, why do you look at me like I burned your house down, Ag? HAAA, this will be a long day. Meanwhile on the roof. So that's it for today. Since it's the first day, we finish earlier today. Oh, by the way, tomorrow you will all introduce yourselves, so if you need to, you have time to prepare for it. Remember to be careful on your way home. Yes, sensei. Excuse me, sensei, I think there are some missing from our group. I already know that. Still, thanks for telling me. Did they honestly think I wouldn't notice? In the training hall, after some time, everyone started to mind their own business and didn't interact much with each other. But that was when the door slammed open and a scary smiling Irika went in. You guys really have some guts to skip classes on your first day at the academy. What do you guys have to say? I feel stiff sitting at the desk all day, so I needed to move. Don't you agree, Akamaru? Woof. I felt tired and needed a place to relax. Potato chips noises. I don't need to attend some stupid classes since one day I will become the Hokage. Irika thought, so this is the brat who has the 9 tails. You are misunderstanding, sensei. I somehow got separated and got lost, so when I saw these fellow students I wanted to ask them where to go, but they threatened me to stay with them so I couldn't tell on them, Ag. When all the other children heard it they had all the same thought, this damn shameless traitor. Betraying didn't pay off and Ag needed to run laps like the others. Oh man, yesterday was a total disaster. Anyway, it's the second day now, and it looks like Sasuke has already his fan club. It looks like he is kinda awkward with it though since he still isn't in his emo phase. But other things are like you would expect. Listen here you all. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and one day I will become the Hokage. I swear if he keeps shouting before I graduate I will become completely deaf. But to be fair, when introducing he wasn't the only one who said Hokage stuff, he was just the only one who shouted. Most just said their names and that they want to become a shinobi so there isn't much to say. Well, it looks like it's my turn now. I'm Eiji Nakamura and I don't have a goal. But one thing you should know about me is that I'm a paragon of virtue, noble and virtuous like a Buddha. You won't find anyone who is more truthful and trustworthy than me. How can you say that, you shameless traitor? Keep your voice down, Naruto. Irika. Somehow no one looks convinced, I wonder why? Chapter 20, Sumo Match. The students were now outside and had Kunao Shuriken throwing class. Oh wow, look at how good Sasuke is. Yes, he is not only cute, but he is also really skilled. Sasuke, can you please teach me after school? Humph, Sasuke here Sasuke that. Let me show you what the future Hokage can do. After Naruto's proclamation, he started to throw a kunao, it didn't even come close. Loud laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, and he wants to be Hokage. Irika looked at Naruto with a complicated gaze. I really wonder why the Hokage placed the boy, who has the monster which killed my parents, under me. Damn you all, feel free to laugh while you can. When I become Hokage, none of you will be laughing. Ha ha ha, yeah, keep dreaming. After that, it was Eiji's turn. He walked nonchalantly to the spot where everyone throws from while carrying his sword on his shoulder and having an unmotivated look. When he threw, no one was shocked that he didn't hit and many had the same thought, I have never seen a more half-assed attempt, he didn't even try to hit. The worst part was that it wasn't even the right direction. Hey Eiji, what was that? Try again and this time seriously. Irika. No, I won't. I'm a swordsman, I don't care about stupid knives. Truthfully Eiji was pretty strong already for an academy student. But that was only because of his kenjutsu. Heiei only taught him kenjutsu and the shadow clone jutsu. And Eiji didn't practice with kunaos or shurikens whatsoever because he thought that it's a waste of time. So he is basically a one-trick pony. But Irika didn't know that. Irika looked at Shikamaru who was leaning against the building with his eyes closed. In truth, Irika was vexed more by Shikamaru. He didn't even make a half-assed attempt like Eiji, he simply said his arms hurt and then went sleeping. HAAA looks like I will have to give them both an F in classroom attitude. Irika had enough. The whole first week there was a student who always tried to snack during class. And when he scolded him, the student skipped class and then ate his snacks somewhere else. So Irika started to confiscate all his snacks first thing in the morning. His plan seemed to work since he didn't see him eating in class anymore and he didn't have a reason to skip classes as well. The only thing was, the student had to go really often to the bathroom. But he thought, it must be the boy's body which needs to adjust to not eating all the time, so he didn't suspect anything. Oh man, what a week. I thought there would be more ninja stuff classes, but most of it till now was reading, writing, and mathematics. Since I have my previous life's memories those things are too easy, so I'm really bored. That's why I skipped often classes. I wasn't the only one who skipped though. Mostly it was the usual suspects. But somehow Koji stopped skipping after some time. Well, it's not like it's my problem anyway. Anyway, when we skipped classes, it wasn't really like we played together or something, everyone kinda did their own thing. Naruto mostly prepared some pranks he would later do. Kaiba played with Akamaru. Shikamaru and I slept most of the time. At first, I thought Irika would try to stop us, but it looks like he already gave up on us. Anyway, I'm currently walking towards the bathroom since my body wants to unleash the Ancient One. I would prefer to do it home, but sometimes the Ancient's call is too strong. Hey? Why is Koji standing in front of the toilet cabin like he is guarding something? Hey, move, I really need to lay an egg. No, not this cabin. But it's the only one in this bathroom. Then go to the girls' bathroom. What the hell? Come on, stop with this nonsense. Sweat started to form on Koji's forehead and he started to block the cabin with his whole body. Hey, I'm really starting to get angry, so if you don't move then I will just push you aside. A pitiful sumo match started in the boys' bathroom which shouldn't be described fully for the reader's sake. Anyway, AG managed to find an opening and used it to push the cabin door open. When he saw what was inside, AG had an expression of extreme terror. Oh my, AG couldn't finish his sentence before both of them were buried under a tsunami of junk food. Chapter 21, If a girl cooks for you, you only have one choice. At the academy, when there is a break most of the students eat their bentos. Usually, their parents make them, but there are some exceptions. Naruto for example doesn't have parents who could prepare a bento for him, so he buys some stuff at a store. Koji, with all the junk food it would be a miracle if he would eat something remotely healthy like a bento. For AG, his mother prepared him daily bentos, since she has only guard duty and is never away for missions. But now it looks like it may change. Hey, you know my mom made me one already and I'm usually full after that. Currently, AG was walking with Tenten to the school. Because the first years had the first week less school time than the others, they couldn't walk together to school before. But now that the first week was other, Tenten insisted that they would walk together. AG thought it wasn't a big of a deal, but now she also insisted that he takes the bento she prepared for him. He isn't Koji who could eat all day, 2 bentos would be too much for him. But I made it especially for you. She started to make a pug face. Alright, I will try my best to eat it as well, so stop making that face. The same day at lunchtime, AG sat alone like always. The others still thought he was a troublesome person. He tried when he introduced himself to appear like a serious honor student, but that didn't work out. Anyway, he started to take out his 2 bentos. I should probably try Tenten's first, and if tastes terrible I can just eat my mum's. Nope, not a chance. If I try this I will definitely die. Why is the rice moving like it's an ant colony? Hey, what does AG have here? Carrying a sword around isn't enough for him, so now he carries a bioweapon with him as well? We should really stay away from him. Yeah, I agree. When AG thought about where he could dispose it safely without damaging the environment, suddenly Tenten entered the classroom. What does this upperclassman girl want here? I don't know. She ignored everyone's gazes and stopped only walking when she was in front of AG. And? How does it taste? You know, it was my first time cooking something, so I really want to know. Shit, I'm totally screwed. Why yes, it was good. I only tried a bit but the taste is so good that I will eat it really slowly. It's the first time I'm seeing you stuttering, you know. Anyway, eat it all, so you can taste all the different ingredients and tell me which one you liked the most. Like I said, I will really eat it as slowly, so you may get late to your class. I will definitely tell you later which one I liked the most. Now Tenten started to get suspicious. Somehow I have the feeling you aren't really honest with me. So I will stay here till you are finished. Oh, by the way, I saw you the other day skipping class, so if you don't eat it, I will tell your mum that you are skipping classes. Looks like I have no choice. O Lord, have mercy upon your child and don't let my death be full of suffering. The taste was indescribable. With only sheer willpower he managed to eat everything. When he finished, his body lost its functions and he collapsed on his seat. His instincts told him that he still needs to do something before he loses his consciousness. With his last ounce of strength, he could raise his thumb towards a happy Tenten. After that, pure darkness fell upon Ag. While Tenten walked happily out of the classroom, Ag's classmates felt pure pity towards him. The same day at the Academy's garden, the girls had currently kunoichi training. Today we'll be learning the art of ikebana, flower arranging. To begin, everyone must go out and gather whatever flowers you please. Yes, ma'am. Currently, Ino explained to Sakura what she should do best for flower arranging when a group of girls approached them. Having fun, little Miss Billboard brow. Ino made them easily run after throwing flowers into the girl's mouth and telling her that the flowers might be poisonous. Sakura thought Ino was really cool and felt a sense of inferiority. Ino cheered her up and told Sakura that she is like a flower herself. After that, Sakura gained a sense of self-worth and confidence. Meanwhile, Ag felt like he came back from the dead when he woke up. But he didn't have time to celebrate because he knew that he might vomit any second. So he started to run. He tried to rush into the boys' bathroom but it was locked because of a certain junk food incident. So he could only run outside. Anyway, let's finish gathering the flowers. Okay. Hey, Sakura, are you crying? What's wrong? Nothing. I got sand in my eyes when I fell. Wait, do you see that? Oh yeah, what is he doing here? Shouldn't the boys be at the training hall right now? Why is he running aimlessly around? No. Don't run into our direction, wait. Hardcore vomit noises. He vomited on the flowers we gathered. Chapter 22, Looking for a Fight? Now I have another reason to skip classes. The reason is to avoid Tenten's bioweapon bentos. I can't stay in the classroom when break time comes and I also need to skip the classes before and after break time just to be sure. But now I can't stay in school while I skip. She knows that the troublemaker squad members are usually in the training hall while skipping. And I'm more or less part of this squad. That's why I'm leaving the academy grounds and head out into town. Playing ninja is really popular among the kids in Konoha. Even when they enroll in the academy, the boys still keep playing it. Basically, it's just two teams fighting each other without using any real violence. Occasionally they would shout some ninjutsu names and doing moves that resemble those. But for kids who didn't enroll in the academy and were much older, some took it to extreme levels. That's how some teenager gangs started to form, and they would beat other gangs up for territory. Most people didn't want to get involved with those youths, and they used a name for those aggressive teenagers, delinquents. They were mostly harmless to normal people, so the police and shinobis didn't see the need to go after them. But if you somehow managed to get on their bad side, they would beat even normal people up. Currently, this kind of scenario was playing out at the main shopping street. Tenjo was a little kid who was bullied a lot. The reason was his head form, it had the shape of an egg. When he walked down the shopping street, he heard how those delinquents called out to him and made fun of him, and called him names. He didn't have a good day prior to this, so he snapped there and did something really stupid. He started to throw rocks at the group. And now we are in this scenario, where a group of delinquents encircled a really young child. Everyone could guess that it would end badly for Tenjo. But no one of the onlookers helped him, since they were normal people and couldn't fight a group of hot-blooded teenagers who have a lot of fighting experience. What the hell is wrong with this kid's head? Why does it look like an egg? When Ag went into the shopping street to kill some time while he was skipping, he saw the scene and couldn't help to wonder how someone can have such a head form. Well, looks like this egghead kid is in trouble. But why should I care? I don't want to get much attention while I'm skipping. Hey, you over there! You have a sword, right? And you look strong, so why don't you help this poor boy? Everyone's eyes gathered on Ag, the delinquents as well. Hey kid, if you try to get involved, we will beat you up too. So you want a medal? Ag looked at the delinquents while deliberating what he should do. But when the delinquents saw his face, they thought he is looking for a fight, even though it's just Ag's normal face. You bastard! Looks like you are looking for a fight. One of the group charged at him. Oh man, looks like I have no choice. Ag easily dodged him while tripping him, so the delinquent crashed into a wall. You bastard! We will teach you a lesson. The rest started to run at him. It's not like they were weak for normal people, but Ag was used to the movements of a jonin, so it wasn't even a fight. He didn't even use his sword, because even though his taijutsu wasn't something special and he had a crippled hand, just his body which was trained for speed for kenjutsu was enough to deal with them, even without using chakra to buff him. After a few breaths, the whole group was laying on the ground unconscious. Good job kid! You are a real hero! Applause erupted. I need to leave quickly, or else I might get busted for skipping. He ignored the applause and just went on towards another town area. But Tenjo followed him all the way. Please stop. I need to thank you for saving me. No, you don't. I didn't want to get involved, and if I wasn't urged by the surrounding people I would have ignored you. Wow, he is not only strong but also humble. It's someone I want to follow. Hey big bro, no need to be so humble. You earned my respect, I will follow you as a lackey for the rest of my life, boss. What the hell is he even talking about? At the Peeing Dogs gang's headquarters. Well, calling it headquarters would be an overstatement, it was just under a big slide at a children's playground. Hey boss, I heard someone trashed the Rat Eater gang. The boss, who had a yellow dog hat, looked surprised. Huh? They were pretty formidable, so which gang was it? That's the thing boss. It wasn't a gang, it was a sole person. So was it a meddlesome shinobi? If yes, don't get me involved you retard. No boss, I saw him and he had the face of a delinquent, so I doubt that he is a shinobi. Oh, now that's interesting. Looks like we have a new player in town, hee hee hee. The boss smiled menacingly. Chapter 23, 4 Heavenly Kings. Currently, Ag and Tenten were walking home. Hey, I didn't see you during lunch break. Yeah, I trained at the academy's garden. Don't worry, I ate your bento there, it energized me for training, so it helped a lot, thanks. Tenten was visibly happy when she heard that. Is that so? If it was tasty I continue to cook for you. For the love of God please don't. Yeah, I'm looking forward to I. There you are, boss. I finally found you, wow, I didn't know you were an academy student. Since you were at the shopping street a few hours ago, I thought you couldn't be one, since it was during this little shit. Ah ha ha ha, you must have mistaken me. What did this boy try to say right now? I don't know. I don't know him. What are you saying boss, don't you remember your most loyal follower? Something is wrong here, Ag, why don't you tell me the truth before it's too late? What the fuck? When did Tenten become a Yandere? I didn't corrupt her, right? He glanced at Tenten and saw a dangerous light in her eyes. He started to run as fast as he can, while a barrage of kunaus followed him. Oh, you are home Ag, how was school today? Mum, I'm feeling ill and will need to stay home for a couple of months. Damn mum. She didn't let me stay at home, so now I need to take a detour to avoid Tenten. I also need to wake up earlier just to be sure. Ag was taking a long detour now and he walked unknowingly straight into the Peeing Dogs gang territory. Hey boss, this is the one who trashed the Rat Eater gang yesterday. Hey? Is he here to challenge us? If he thinks we are as easy to beat as the Rat Eater gang then he is hugely mistaken, but maybe we can recruit him. The Peeing Dogs member gathered together and then blocked Agee's way. What do those freaks want from me? Doesn't this guy know how dumb he looks with this yellow dog hat? Hey, you bastard! I heard you trashed the Rat Eater gang by yourself, but don't get cocky, we aren't pushovers. But I still acknowledge that you are decent, so how about joining our Peeing Dogs gang? What the hell are you guys talking about? I really don't have a good mood right now, so if you continue to block my way. So you decline? Well, we will show you what we do with arrogant newcomers. Get him, guys. I don't know what their problem is, but at least I can blow some steam off. Oh wow boss, you defeated them all by yourself in only a few seconds. What the? Where does he always come from? How does he always find me? Does he have a Byakugan? Hey listen you, shitty egghead, stop following me around, okay? Egghead? I really don't like being called that, but if it's you, boss, anyway when I saw you yesterday I knew you would become someone who can defeat all gangs, so I started to collect some intel. I don't care about this shit, so scram now. Well, even if you don't want to fight, you will have to now. The Peeing Dogs gang you defeated now, is a sub-gang of one of Konoha's Heavenly Kings. He will definitely seek revenge. But don't worry boss, I have all the information you need. Heavenly Kings? Every second it gets more stupid, anyway I see you don't listen to me, so I will just continue on my way to the academy. Out of the 4 Heavenly Kings he is the weakest, but he is still fearsome. His name is Apple Juice Lover and his gang is the Super Duper Apple Farm Gang. Recent rumors tell that he developed a new special attack to challenge the other Heavenly Kings, so he might not be the weakest out of them anymore. So please be careful when fighting him. Listening to Tenjo gave Agee a really painful headache, but he finally managed to arrive at the academy. Okay boss, I will stay outside the academy grounds guarding you, so that you can peacefully enjoy the academy. Agee ignored him and went into the academy. Hey, I heard Agee beat 2 gangs by himself. Really? I mean he looks like a delinquent, but now he also acts like one, we should really stay away from him. A future shinobi beating non-shinobis up, I really wonder how someone so unscrupulous could get enrolled here. Do they think I can't hear them? Chapter 24, Girl's Side. To keep his life, Agee intended to get out of the academy during lunch break again. But Tenten visited his classroom earlier than expected. Oh no! She is blocking the path to the door, looks like I need to jump out of the window. What is that scary senior doing here again? I don't know, probably for Agee here again. Damn, I'm kinda envious now that he is friends with a cute upperclassman. I would normally agree, but she seems even more scary than the girls in our class. Agee, you know, I waited for you the whole morning, but you didn't come, so I thought that you are feeling ill and stayed in home. But now I see you here, Tenten said that with a scary smile while approaching him slowly. Do I have to pay for the damage, if I destroy the windows? Shit, even if I have to pay off the debt for the rest of my life, at least I will keep my life. When Agee started to get up for his grand escape, Tenten suddenly appeared right before him. Gulp, hey what's up Tenten? Haa, you know, we knew each other for some time now and I know that you are often unmindful, but sometimes you go too far and do things which are really hurtful, you know? So if my cooking isn't good just tell me, then I will know where to improve, so please, really try today what I cooked for you. Tenten's scary smile vanished, while a sad face started to form. If she says it like that, wouldn't I be a total ass if I didn't try? Okay, I will try, but don't get upset if I tell you honestly, okay? Okay. When Agee dug in, tears started to stream down his face. I don't know how, but it's actually edible compared to last time. So, how is it? I am really surprised, compared to last time the improvement is immense. Honestly, the last time was pretty bad, but now it's actually decent. I'm sorry about my behavior, please continue cooking for me, I really want to see how much you improve. Tenten started to get red. Is it that so? Anyway, I should return fast or else I will be late for my class. She hurriedly left while trying to hide her red face. Hey, somehow she didn't look scary now but rather cute. Yeah, she is way more girly than the girls in our class, damn this Ag. Now I'm jealous of him. Hey, what are you boys saying about us? Humph, you guys are just envious that we only chase after Suzuki. Yes, why would we care what you losers think about us? If you would be cuter, we would show you our girly side too. Not long ago, Iruka tried to ask the Hokage if he could not teach Naruto because he found it really awkward dealing with Naruto since he contained the very monster which killed his parents. When Kakashi heard it, he eventually convinced Iruka not to do so. After Naruto got himself involved in a dangerous situation, where he was attacked by Takigaku's spies, Iruka saved him and reprimanded him for his reckless behavior. This surprised Naruto because it was the first time anyone in the village actually showed concern for his well-being. After that, Iruka started to be stricter on Naruto, so that he will become a fine shinobi. But now Iruka visits the Hokage because of another problem student. Good afternoon, Iruka. What brings you here today? Good afternoon, Lord Hokage. I wanted to talk about a student of mine. Is it about Naruto again? No, it's about another one, his name is Ag. Ag? Ha 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 ha, what did he do? You know him, Lord Hokage? Yes, I know him. Hey, talked a lot about him. This Ag is really a funny one, ha ha ha. Anyway, what difficulties do you have with him? I don't know where to start. His attitude is really bad. He often skips classes and now he seems to get himself involved with some bad people. His grades are also really below average. He is even worse than Naruto in ninjutsu. The other day when I taught them the transformation jutsu, even though Naruto's transformation was bad, at least he could transform himself, while Ag couldn't. I wanted to ask you if it would be appropriate to expel him. Do you know that one of his hands is injured, which makes it difficult for him to form signs? I didn't know, but doesn't it make it then impossible for him to become a shinobi? Well, normally it's a huge handicap, but I would advise you not to look down on him. I suspect that in terms of fighting capabilities he is at the top of the class. But, how can this be? Even his taijutsu is only slightly above average, and don't get me even started on his long-range weapon usage. Ha ha ha, well, he is certainly a unique fellow. He is pretty much the definition of a one-trick pony. Don't you see how he is always carrying a sword with him? According to Hayate, he is one of the most gifted pure kenjutsu users in the village. Hayate said that. But even if it's true, his behavior is still a problem. Well, I certainly understand him. He is a top kenjutsu user, so when the academy teaches only things which he doesn't specialize in and has no merit for him to learn, of course, he would get bored and frustrated. So my advice would be, to just not force him to learn things he doesn't want to. Before he enrolled in the academy, Hayate spent a huge amount of time to train him, so you don't have to worry. It certainly makes sense. I will take your advice to heart, Lord Hokage. At the Super Duper Apple Farm Gang's headquarters, which was only a wood table with a wooden bench in a park, one of Konoha's heavenly kings was currently questioning the booze of the Peeing Dogs gang. So you are telling me that your whole gang was trashed by some small brat, who isn't part of any gang? Yes, he was stronger than we th. A fist in his face interrupted him. Tell me who this brat is, or else I will test the new move I developed to dethrone this arrogant empress on you. It was a kid called Ag. Ag? Hey, you over there search for this Ag, while the rest of you punish this worthless garbage for their incompetence. Wait please, Arc. Chapter 25, Ag vs Apple Juice Lover. Ag was walking from the academy with Tenten again, but they weren't alone. Hey boss, I hope you had a good day at the academy. Why is this little boy following you, Ag? Because he has not only an egghead but also an egg instead of a brain. I know most bosses use a condescending tone to their subordinates, but I already support you wholeheartedly even without you showing your dominance. Anyway boss, I think now it's time to think of a name for our gang. Listen here you little shit. I have better things to do than to play gang with you. So if you understand then scram. Listen here you little shit, gang is a great name boss. Arg, I'm gonna lose my mind with this little shit. Not for a way a member of the super duper apple farm gang was watching them. So this is the AG kid? I need to report that I found him. Like usually AG and Tenten headed to the park for training after school, while Tenjo followed them for some reason. But the whole of the super duper farm gang gathered together and encircled them on their way. Apple Juice Lover, one of Konoha's 4 heavenly kings, stepped forward. All his clothes were completely green and his hair had the form of an apple. What the hell, another freak? Don't you have better things to do than to suddenly jump out and block my way? Boss, be careful. That's one of the 4 heavenly kings. This egg kid got it right. I'm one of the 4 heavenly kings, Apple Juice Lover. I heard you defeated a gang that was under my protection. So I will need to break your knee to make sure that no one in the future gets the idea to go against me or a gang under me again. You know, if you want to play gang you should get a better name. AG, do you want me to help you? No, if you get involved, then those freaks will keep appearing out of nowhere and bug you. This kid is really full of himself to call one of Konoha's strongest gangs freaks. Get him. After a few seconds, they were all laying on the ground. Only Apple Juice Lover could stand up with some difficulties. Huff, huff, impressive, you are really strong. If it would be not too long ago, you would be stronger than me. But now I have a technique I developed to defeat the other heavenly kings. But looks like I will need to use it on you. Here I come, Apple Juice Tornado. He pulled 2 bottles of apple juice out and used a rubber band to fix them on his shoes. Then he started to lay on his back and started to spin towards AG. Tenjo, a truly fearsome technique. It combines offense and defense in one. The thrown apple juice not only reduces the vision of the opponent, but it also makes the spin speed faster when he rolls through the wet ground. It is really a technique befitting of one of the 4 heavenly kings. I really lose brain cells interacting with those retards. When Apple Juice Lover was right in front of AG, AG hit him with his sheathed sword on the head. Apple Juice Lover was instantly knocked out and was laying in a weird pose in a pool of apple juice. AG. Tenten. That was great boss. I always believed in you. After some time Apple Juice Lover woke up. Boss, you are finally awake. Hey, where am I? What happened? Boss, we were all knocked out by this AG kid. Apple Juice Lover regained his memories after hearing that. Ha 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 ha, this is truly interesting. He defeated me, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Let's see if he can defeat the other ones. Booger King can use shinobi stuff, while Dirty Bada uses underhanded techniques to win. And the Empress, I really hope he never meets her or else his life is over. Still, I will cheer for him, even if his chances are nearly 0. Ha 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 ha. Hey someone of you idiots, go buy me some apple juice. Time passed. Because AG defeated Apple Juice Lover, the morale of the super duper apple farm gang was at the lowest and their strength fell drastically. This created a power vacuum, which the other heavenly kings took advantage of. They won a huge chunk of the territory belonging to the super duper apple farm gang, and also many of the subordinate gangs under them deserted to the other kings. You may wonder how those idiotic delinquents could muster enough brain cells to come up with such a strategy. Well, it was mostly Dirty Bada's idea, who is infamous for using underhanded tactics. So when he started doing it, the other 2 kings just imitated him. Anyway, in short, they were too busy to deal with AG right now, which meant it was a rather peaceful time period for AG. But life is truly fickle, while someone wins the lottery, at the same time someone else loses all his belongings in a flood. Something big happened in Konoha last night. Eiji was currently eating his breakfast with his parents. Eiji, be careful on your way to the academy today. What's wrong? Also, why does Dad look like he hasn't slept at all? It's a bit gruesome for a child to know, but you will probably hear it somewhere anyway. The whole Uchiha clan was wiped out tonight. What? Eiji was surprised. Even though he knows it would happen, it came too suddenly. Well, I guess only the ones involved would have seen some changes before it happened. He then remembered how he played in the past with the thoughts of telling someone that it will happen. No way I would do that. The instant I had told someone, I would be found the next day with a kunai from a root member in my neck. And this would be only the lucky outcome. It would be more likely that Danzo would order to kill my whole family and probably even Tenten as well just to be sure. Your father was there in the early morning to help to clean up. Darling, I think you should get some sleep. After seeing all this blood and the bodies, I don't think I will be able to sleep for an entire month. Hey Eiji, did you hear what happened? Asked Tenten while they were walking to the academy. Yeah. I heard there is a survivor though. He is the one in your class. Yeah. Can you say something else than yet and tell me your thoughts on it? I mean, what can I say there? Much of the information isn't told to the public, and everyone who has the privilege of having an actual brain can see that there is something fishy going on, so I would rather not talk about it because I don't want to randomly disappear. Now you are making me feel scared. When I came to the academy, there was only one topic. The topic surely wasn't which special flavor Koji's potato chips had today. Anyway, Sasuke isn't here right now. He is probably still in the hospital or something. The atmosphere in the classroom is really weird. No one wants to make a joke, everyone has a stern expression. Even Naruto can read the atmosphere and is docile today. Though there were some brain-dead girls, who had the glorious idea of visiting Sasuke to try to heal his heart. Fortunately, there were some considerate girls who flamed the hell out of them for having this idiotic idea. It really feels weird though. I knew it would happen, and when watching the anime I always thought how emo Sasuke was, but now he is a real person, not just a character, and I really feel bad for him. I still won't tell him the truth about Ataki and such, sorry, but my safety is at risk. Also, there are now more shinobis patrolling in the village. I mean, isn't it a bit too late for that now? But yeah, I remember how I walked a few times through the Ushichi's civilian part district and there were many friendly people there. I should never forget that the people in this world are living beings, all with their own emotions, hopes, family, and friends, not just some characters I am looking at in a show. But unfortunately, I'm not a god or anything who can save everyone. I'm just a normal guy who is struggling to survive himself. Chapter 27, Dirty Bada's Scheme. After a few days, Sasuke is attending the academy today again. He behaves now like the Sasuke everyone knew in my previous world. But being happy about that would be kinda wrong. Anyway, after the whole Uchiha clan disappeared, the personnel of the Konoha military police force was basically non-existent. Since they were responsible for handling criminal shinobis, the village people felt pretty unsafe. But slowly shinobis from other areas were being transferred, so we have a police force again. Though, cases, where Konoha's shinobis committed crimes here, were rare to being, if you don't count those root folks. Anyway, it looks like normal life returned faster than I thought. For a certain group of good-for-nothings, the whole Uchiha thing wasn't of any importance at all. They continued to waste their time with their dumb gang wars instead of doing something productive, like getting an education or helping the people in the village. The Dirty Cleaning Wipes gang's boss Dirty Bada, one of the Heavenly Kings, spent much time collecting data about Eiji because even though he is a weak fighter, he rose to the position of Heavenly Kings through dirty tricks and schemes. No wonder he could trash all those gangs alone, he is one of those shinobi folks, so he can probably defeat us alone as well. Hey you, how would you deal with a shinobi? I don't know, boss. Tisk, why am I surrounded by only retards? The answer is, it takes another shinobi to deal with one, easy right? But boss, no one of us had any shinobi training. I'm not talking about US idiot. We have another heavenly king who has some shinobi training, so all we need to do is to make them fight each other, he. Hey, has one of you retards at least enough brain cells to be able to write a note? At the Booger Tosser gang's headquarters, which were just a pile of trash bins in a side street, Booger King was reading a paper which was found at their headquarters this morning. It read, "Hey you ugly bastard, my name is Ijo Nakamura, I will defeat your ugly face and your stupid gang. If you have the balls, you can challenge me near the big park in the afternoon, P.S. you also stink, Ija Pakamura." When he finished reading it, a vein nearly popped on his head while he ripped the note apart. This damn bastard! Who does he think he is? Erg. Hey Ag, I heard the Uchiha boy of your class returned today, how was he? Well, he certainly wasn't glowing with happiness. Ag thought back, how a girl approached Suzuki today saying, "My condolence to what happened to you, if you need any help you can always count on me." Suzuki glared at her like he would kill her on the spot. The girl cried and ran away. After that, no one approached him for the rest of the day. I feel bad for him, anyway Ag, let's train harder so we can save our families in the future. I don't think that anyone would want to kill our, oh no not again. Why is a freak appearing now of all times? I thought they stopped bugging me. Booger King and his whole gang blocked his way. He had a coat that was full of booger pieces, apparently, each symbolized every enemy he defeated personally. You fucking bastard really have big balls to challenge me like that. Your victory against Apple Juice Lover must have went to your head, just so you know, in terms of fighting power I'm the strongest of the heavenly kings. Hey, boss, there you are. A little boy with a head shape of an egg started to appear out of nowhere. Oh no, now this little shit started to appear too, life was really peaceful these last weeks. Boss, don't think I abandoned you. I was monitoring the movements of the heavenly kings. I honestly thought that Dirty Bada would be the first to make a move against you, but looks like I was mistaken, be careful boss. Booger Kings is rumored though have received some shinobi training. This Egid is right. I didn't intend to waste my time on a small fry like you, but since you had the balls to insult me and challenge me, I will destroy you eija. Way Ija. He started to concentrate some chakra on his feet. Looks like he is a bit tougher than those other freaks, but I doubt he comes even close to Heiate Sensei. Anyway, let's deal with him fast, since I don't want to waste time with those idiotic freaks. Chapter 28, Ija vs Booger King. The members of the Booger Tosser gang took some distance from Booger King since they knew that when he gets serious, they would only get in his way. Booger King looked like he finished concentrating his chakra on his feet and charged at Ag. Ag sidestepped easily while using a leg to trip him. Booger King fell with his face straight into the ground. Oh my god, it's the first time someone could survive the famous Booger charge of boss. This kid is too strong, let's run. You retards. Boss isn't finished yet, he still hasn't used his ultimate technique. With difficulties, Booger King stood up again. Ija, I have to admit that you are pretty strong, no wonder you are so cocky, but do you know why they call me Booger King? It's because of my deadly technique which imitates the kunao skill of real shinobis. Here I come. Booger kunaos. Oh no. Don't tell me he does what I think. Suddenly Booger King's two hands were full with hard booger pieces. He then started to throw them all at once. About 10 kunaos flew towards Ag. At first, he didn't think that the booger pieces were dangerous, he just didn't want to touch someone else's booger. But he recognized fast that those booger pieces were artificially hardened and could injure someone. The throwing skill with which they were thrown was also pretty decent. They may hit an average academy student, but compared to Tenten's skills it's nothing. They kunaos flew in a trajectory that made it impossible to dodge them all. But Ag only moved his crippled right hand slightly upwards to raise his sword slightly out of the sheath and then let it instantly glide back. After this inconspicuous movement, suddenly a small wind breeze appeared out of nowhere and redirected all the kunows away from Ag. Booger King had an incredulous look. What the? It must have been just bad luck that wind appeared suddenly. I will just do it again, you can't have the same dog shit luck again. But before he could attack again, Ag appeared beside him seemingly in the blink of an eye. Hey you booger bastard, I'm not a hygiene freak, but I certainly get mad if you start to throw your booger at me. Wait, maybe we can talk this out, I know, why don't you join me as my right hand? The answer was a fist in his face. Standing next to the unconscious Heavenly King, Ag looked at the surrounding gang members. Getting booger thrown at me, my mood went downhill, so if any of you still wants to fight and waste my time, I won't hold back. They all ran away. Wow boss, you have defeated now half of the Heavenly Kings. Only 2 more and you will be Konoha's ultimate boss. Ag really didn't have the mood to listen to Tenjo, and just kicked him away. Ag, I don't think kicking little children is okay, what if you injured him? Don't worry. The main advantage of the egg form in nature is that it's really hard to destroy. I guess. Wait. Shouldn't she rebuke me or something? I really start to think I corrupted her. At the Dirty Cleaning Wipes gang's headquarters, which was just a room in Dirty Bada's grandmother's house. Hey boss, the plan failed. This Ag kid actually won. What? That's not good. If he can defeat this monster, then in terms of fighting power he is the strongest. Certainly the Empress could easily deal with him, but I can't deceive her, she isn't stupid. If I try to use her in my schemes and she notices it, she will definitely get mad at me, then I will end up in the asylum. No way. She is way too scary. Let's just think of another plan where she isn't involved. Hey, does any of you handsome boys want some milk and cookies? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Gladly. Thanks, Grandma. The next day at the academy, the first thing Iruka did when he came, was to shout at some of his students. Hey Naruto! You were drawing on the classroom's tables yesterday, right? You will stay after class to clean it up. How many times has it been already? Everyone is already used to this scene. Naruto keeps doing his stupid pranks and Iruka forces him to stay at the academy longer. And you too Ag, will stay here after school because I need to have a serious talk with you. Chapter 29, Underhanded Plan. After the classes ended, Naruto and Ag were still here. Iruka gave Naruto a sponge and a bucket with water without saying anything. Such situations with Naruto happened so often, that he didn't need to tell him what to do. Iruka then turned towards Ag. Ag, I heard rumors that you involve yourself with delinquents again. I thought you got more mature and stopped doing it, but now it seems you started doing it again. Sensei, you got it wrong. I'm a virtuous and law-abiding citizen. These freaks just start to come out of nowhere and try to fight me. HAAA, you know, normally what my students do in their free time isn't of my concern, but future shinobis shouldn't use what they learn in the academy to beat up non-shinobis. As I said, those freaks are the ones starting to fight me and I'm just defending myself. Whoosh! The whole bucket with water was turned over Ag's head. Ha ha ha, you stupid swordsman, look how dumb you look when you are completely wet. Naruto! What the hell are you doing? While Iruka was screaming, Ag's body disappeared with a puff sound and smoke. It was just his shadow clone. This shameless brat! He never intended to stay after classes. Hey Naruto, after you are finished cleaning up, how about some ramen? After some serious planning, Dirty Bada came up with a dirty plan. He knew that Ag is often accompanied by a girl. So instead of attacking Ag straight on, he and his gang will kidnap the girl and make him surrender. Truly an underhanded plan befitting of the Heavenly King, who is infamous for using underhanded and dirty tactics. Since Tenten and Ag walked together to and from the academy, and after that head to the park to train. The dirty cleaning wipes gang needed to wait for the weekend, where she wouldn't be accompanied by AG, to strike. Finally, they found a chance, when Tenten was heading home from shopping. They simultaneously appeared from their covers and encircled her. Dirty Bada was also here since his gang members aren't the brightest and he wants to make sure they didn't mess up. He looked like a hooligan, with scars, and was completely bald, which is impressive for his young age. In short, he looked really shady. He smiled evilly while licking at his knife. "Hey there little lass, you should come with us quietly, then we won't need to use any force." His gang started to move closer to her. Dirty Bada knew that AG was a shinobi, but he didn't think Tenten was also one. First of all, she didn't carry any visible weapon around her and never helped AG in fights, but more importantly, his subordinates didn't inform him when they collected data, that she and AG walked to and from the academy together since they aren't really smart and didn't know that this was an utmost important detail. Dirty Bada was really unlucky. It would have been better for him to get defeated by AG since AG holds normally back. Tenten didn't say anything and took out a scroll. Dirty Bada didn't even have the opportunity to use any special techniques before he and his gang had their butts full of kunaus and shurikens. It was certainly a funny scene, seeing a group of delinquents running to the hospital while holding their butts and crying. The next day on the way to the academy. "Hey, did something happen, Tenten? Why are you so happy?" "Nothing, I just had a good training opportunity." "Hey boss." Big news, Dirty Bada and his gang mysteriously disappeared. Now it's only you and the Empress. But you shouldn't celebrate now, since rumors say she is the most fearsome of the Heavenly Kings. Normally she doesn't involve herself in gang wars and let her gang deal with it. But when she decides to move, it's like a demonic goddess descends and brings destruction. Not much is known about her fighting style, only that she uses some kind of mind attacks. Oh man, I wonder when those idiotic freaks stop bothering me. Chapter 30, Empress. The Yellow Snow Gang was a girls-only gang. They have been around for some time and were always one of the top gangs in Konoha. Also, they made sure that the boy delinquents wouldn't bother girls, or else they would completely crush them. All the bosses the gang had always belonged to the Heavenly Kings. But when the Empress appeared, the gang rose at an unbelievable speed to the top position. To outsiders, the Empress is shrouded in mystery and not much is known. The only reliable rumors were that one day she just suddenly appeared at the headquarters and challenged the former boss. After that, she was the undisputed boss, and others who had the misfortune to fight her personally, all went crazy. Anyway, at the Yellow Snow Gang's headquarters, which was surprisingly really a place you could call headquarters, it was an abandoned factory, there was a discussion going on. What should we do? Every Heavenly King was defeated by this newcomer. But he isn't part of any gang, and he hasn't claimed any territory, so shouldn't it be fine to just ignore him? No, we can't. What do we do if he forms a gang and recruits all he has defeated? His gang would be the biggest then. We should strike before he has formed a gang. But enough. The Empress snapped her fan, and everything went instantly quiet. I will deal personally with this newcomer. Hi, the Empress said that with a cheerful face and giggled. All the girls gulped and tried to make absolutely zero noises. Hey AG, we have this genius in my class called Niji, I think he could even give you a hard time if you two fought. I honestly don't care about this stuff. More importantly, I have almost mastered a new technique, so can you throw some stuff, so I can practice it on moving targets? Sure, but after that teach me some more kenjutsu. Even though she can pick up any weapon and instantly use it to a high level, she can't compare to a specialist. Yeah sure, by the way today is really hot, I'm sweating just from walking in the sun. Suddenly a group of girls appeared and encircled them. Oh man, not again, at least there is some variation today. One of the girls stepped forward and shouted, you arrogant pig will fall today for trying to take over the whole of Konoha. After she said that, a giggle could be heard behind the line of girls. That's a rude way to talk to this newcomer with talent. He sure isn't ordinary to defeat all the heavenly kings by himself, so don't be so disrespectful. The girl who just shouted had an ashen face and instantly kneeled and apologized. The rest of the girls also kneeled and opened a path for the Empress. Slowly Ag could see the appearance of the so-called Empress. Glue Eater. What is my stupid cousin doing here? Ag. Joe Hatsumai, what the hell are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home and learn to run our family business or something? Shut up. What the hell are you doing here? Just walking, before I got surrounded by those Kirua wannabes. Anyway, since it looks like you are the leader of them, tell them to stop blocking my path, I have things to do. Hi, unfortunately for you, I will have to defeat you, since you are a threat to our gang. I honestly don't care about this stupid gang stuff. I always got challenged for no reason at all, so I just fought back. Hi, that may be the case, but since I now know it's you, my dear cousin, I will have to settle some personal grudges with you. Hey, whatever. Since you are the last of one of those heavenly kings, I will just beat you up, even though it's not my style to hurt girls. Hatsumai remembered how he threatened her in the past to kick her in the leg, and got furious at his shameless noble act. Her giggle changed to maniacal laughter and she moved one of her hands towards her bag. The Empress takes the cursed artifact out. Quickly close your eyes everyone. A random girl shouted. All the Yellow Snow Gang members closed their eyes and distanced themselves from Hatsumai. Cursed artifact. Don't tell me. Hatsumai took out a denture, which was dirty and used. Overall it was a really unpleasant view. When Ag saw that, he had horrible flashbacks. He covered while sucking at his thumb, with an expression that looked like he lost his mind. I need to eat some glue, I need to eat some glue, I need to eat some. Ha, this is my revenge Ag. Now cover in fear. Ha. Tenten looked at Ag. She then patted his shoulder. There, everything is all right, I'm here with you. Her voice was like a light that reached him in his pitch-black abyss. He slowly regained some sanity. Why, you are right Tenten, if I can't overcome my past trauma I can never become a half-decent shinobi? Hatsumai, you are possessed by this cursed artifact. As a family member, I will also save you. Here I come what a. He slowly drew closer towards Hatsumai with difficulties, as if an invisible wall tries to hold him back. After much time and difficulties, he stood in front of her. He drew his sword, and prayed in his heart, please lend me your power Kagayaku Heike, to banish this evil from this world. He slashed at the denture. Hatsumai stared with an open mouth at her hand, where the denture was in pieces. Tears started to form. I'm finally free, thank you. She lost consciousness and fell directly into Ag's arms. Even though we hate each other, no one deserves such a terrible fate. The curse was finally lifted. Not too far away Tenjo looked at the scene and smiled. Looks like my master plan worked. This Ag defeated all the dangerous opponents for me, and now I can use this chance to become Konoha's sole king. He. The delinquent legend of the Egg Monarch would start at this moment, but that's a story Ag won't be part of. Chapter 31, Candidates. At the Hokage office, Hiruzen and the rest of the Konoha Council looked at reports from the academy. This is a meeting which is held every year, to scout potential Anbyo candidates from the academy. Only accomplished children have the chance to be scouted while still being in the academy. Mostly it's the Hokage's responsibility to select the candidates, but Homura and Koharu are present, to make sure that they can give their opinion to help Hiruzen with his task. And Danzo is here for shady reasons. Anyway, they were looking at the reports of this year's freshman class. There were many children with ordinary grades. So that's why when Sasuke's report appeared, it caught everyone's eyes. Homura, so this is the Uchiha brat? He certainly doesn't disappoint, even if Isekaied was better. Koharu, you shouldn't really compare someone to Isekaied, since he graduated the academy after only 4 months and joined the Anbu when he was only 11, he is an irregularity even in Konoha's long history. Anyway, in my opinion, Sasuke certainly has the potential, but I think we should observe him more before deciding, considering the Uchiha's history. Danzo had a dark expression and didn't say anything. Hiruzen thought about the promise he gave to Isekaied, to protect Sasuke no matter what, and made his decision. I won't select Sasuke Uchiha to join the Anbu for the time being. No one objected to the decision. Next, they looked at the report of Naruto. He had by far the worst grades. Ha 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 ha. Everyone thought it was best to keep their opinions to themselves, only Hiruzen laughed heartily when he read about all the mischief Naruto did in the academy. Next came up Eiji. His grades were all over the place: classroom attitude F, genjutsu C, taijutsu B, ninjutsu A, teamwork B, positivity F. There was also noted that, because of his injured hand, he is one of the rare cases who uses hand signs with only one hand. Other things noted: how he was trained by Heiate Gecko prior to enrolling and his involvement with delinquents. That's a pretty wild and chaotic profile. Koharu. Homura, it is noted that his combat abilities are pretty high, but it looks like his personality troublesome. If he grows up and is more mature, maybe he would be a candidate. Danzo kept silent and thought, this boy is too eccentric to be of any use to me. Hiruzen didn't laugh about the reports of Eiji's misbehavior, instead, he was seriously contemplating. I won't select him as a potential Anbu candidate. In the end, he decided against it. In his eyes, Eiji was someone who has a way too flashy personality and unique quirks, which would clash with the whole identity concealment thing. The meeting concluded with no one being selected to join the Anbu right after graduation and to observe Sasuke so that he might join in the future. Unfortunately, Konoha didn't have a beach, so in the summer when the temperature is at the highest, people would go to a swimming pool. Though there were some hardcore lunatics, who would visit the hot springs even in this heat. To thank Eiji for rescuing her, Hatsumi invited him to the swimming pool. Since it was Sunday and too hot for any training, he had nothing to do and ended up agreeing. Somehow Tenten heard of it and demanded to go with them. She stated the reason being, that she didn't trust Hatsumi. So now Eiji was at the swimming pool with his cousin and Tenten. Hey Eiji, how is my swimming outfit? Hi, like that glue eater would care about things like that. He already regretted accepting. This day will be a drag, and the heat frying my brain doesn't make it any better. Wait, I somehow sound like Shikamaru. Eiji wanted nothing more to dive straight into the pool, but unfortunately, the pool was pretty full. There were also many little children there, and Eiji hated little kids, even though he is one too. He left his sword at home, but now he wished he had it with him, so he could scare all the kids away. The three decided to first eat something so that maybe there would be later fewer people in the pool. Since I invited you to thank you, of course, I prepared something for you, here you go. Hatsumi gave Eiji a bento. When he opened it, it was full of glue. He kicked Hatsumi straight in the pool. Tenten saw what was in the bento and jumped with an angry face in as well. She then started to throw water at Hatsumi's face. Hatsumi retaliated and so a water battle started between the two. I wish I had a cold beer now. Of course, Eiji is too young to buy beer, so he instead sat on a pool chair. He started to think, how his first year at the academy is almost over. Time sure flies by. I really should enjoy the remaining time in the academy, since after that the peaceful days will be over and big things will happen in this world where I could die anytime. Chapter 32, Team 11. In the Hokage office. Hey 8, I wanted to ask you if you would be willing to lead a genin team. Cough. With all due respect Lord Hokage, it's not the first time you have asked me this, but my stance won't change. I thought you would be willing this time because one of this year's graduates is a former student of yours. Cough. Could you mean perhaps Ag? Even then, I have to refuse. The thing is, not many Jonin picked him, because of his grades in classroom attitude and positivity, they think that the team atmosphere would be strained. But I thought since he was your student, you wouldn't have any problems dealing with him. What was he doing to get such bad grades in the easiest categories? Anyway, the Hokage surely exaggerates and is saying all that, so I would agree. Whatever, my health improved a bit, so I should be able to babysit some brats. If it's like that, I will accept, Lord Hokage. The graduation test wasn't a problem for Ag. The task was to generate 3 clones, but since Ag didn't bother to learn the basic clone technique, he generated 2 shadow clones instead. Since the shadow clone jutsu rapidly depletes the user's chakra, 2 were currently the maximum of Ag. Irika and Mizuki still let him pass without problems. Naruto. What are you doing here? Class today is only for the students who didn't fail. Random mob. What? Can't you see the headband? Things ended playing out like they are supposed to be, and Naruto and Sasuke kissed each other. While seeing this scene, Ag thought, well, it's good that things are like they are supposed to happen. I wouldn't mind seeing Naruto's sexy jutsu again though, it was really hot, to be honest. It was finally time for Irika to call out the teams. Everything was like it was supposed to be, which Ag was glad about. Next is cell number 11. Kotoru no Game, Arena Natori, and Eiji Nakamura. Well, a mob certainly is supposed to have other mobs as teammates. Oh no, it's that rotten swordsman. Why is my luck so bad? Okay, everyone, I will be introducing your Jonin supervisor this afternoon. Until then, you are dismissed. Hey sensei? What are you doing here? Cough, long time no see Ag. I decided to become your sensei once again. Hey said that with a small smile. Looks like some stuff already changed, but since he is also more or less supposed to be a mob, it should be fine. Cough, and you two are Kotoru and Arena, right? Let's leave the classroom and go somewhere else first. Hey, don't you guys think that our sensei looks somehow sick? Kotoru. Arena, shhhh, keep your voice down, what if he hears you? Ag rolled his eyes and just followed. They went straight to one of Konoha's many training grounds. Cough, let's first introduce ourselves. My name is Hey8 Gecko, I'm a Takubutsu Jonin, special Jonin, so I guess my rank is slightly lower than a normal Jonin. I don't have really anything interesting to tell you about myself, well Ag here knows me already anyway. What? Hey Ag, how do you know him? Did he arrest you in the past or something? Kotaro. Nothing like that, anyway shouldn't you better introduce yourself instead of wasting our sensei's time? Oh right. My name is Kotoru no Game. I like cute girls, and I absolutely hate fat girls. I also don't like evil girls. My goal is to marry a real princess one day. Kotoru has grey hair and wears stylish glasses. Generally, he gives the impression of someone lively but not too energetic. Are you a pervert or something? Anyway, my name is Arena Natori. My goal is to become a kunoichi, which the village can rely on. My likes and dislikes aren't anything special, so I skip it. Arena was a girl with a plain appearance, black hair, and an expressionless face, in short, the perfect mob girl. So then that only leaves me? Well, my name is Eiji Nakamura, I like my sword. I dislike weapons that aren't swords. My dream is to be renowned for my virtues and truthfulness, to become like a Buddha. I guess. He said it in a half-assed tone. His humor really didn't change since the last time I saw him. Chapter 33, Test. Cough, since we now got to know each other, there is something I have to tell you. I will personally test you, and if I deem you to be unfitting, you will have to go back to the academy for some more training. What? But we already graduated and now you are telling us that if we fail, we have to go back to the academy. Kotaro. Why did no one tell us about that before, Arena? Well, I already knew something like that would happen, AG. Every Jonin has their own expectations and way of testing for the team they will lead, so telling in advancement would be just too troublesome. Anyway, the test is simple, you just have to attack me like you intend to kill me. Pretty straightforward, as expected of Hayate-sensei, the thing he wants to test should be teamwork as well. You can't be serious, how are we supposed to fight a Jonin, Kotaro? Arena. So what are you waiting for? Are you going to attack or just standing there waiting for the sun to settle? Ah, take this! Kotaro charged at him, while Arena just stood there doing nothing. How am I supposed to do teamwork with those two? Well, I still need to try it. Kotaro's charge was abysmal and Hayate dodged easily, but then AG suddenly attacked from behind. Of course, Hayate already expected that. Hayate grinned, looks like AG understands the importance of teamwork, that only leaves those two. Hayate easily deflected AG with his sword and then jumped away to distance himself from the two. Alright, AG passed already, now you two need to convince me as well. Oh, by the way AG, if you give them any hints you will fail instead. What? Hey sensei, why did he pass and I not? Kotaro. Cough, instead of talking shouldn't you attack me? Damn, he again mindlessly charged at Hayate. If this goes one, the girl will just keep standing there. Suddenly Hayate disappeared from Kotaro and instead appeared in front of Arena. Arena was already too fearful to attack a Jonin head-on, and now that Hayate suddenly attacked her, her panic level rose to the limit. Her brain function shut down and she was now completely like a statue. Hayate. He just smacked her at her front head lightly, so that she comes back to her senses. Cough, this won't work out, I will give you 5 minutes to calm down and to come up with a strategy. Hayate sat down on a nearby rock while starting to count the time silently. I wonder what happens if they don't pass, will I get a senior team who lost a teammate or something? AG was laying at a tree and watching disinterestedly. Hey you, can you stop being a stature and start doing something? Kotaro walked towards Arena with an upset face. I am sorry. I don't need your sorry, if this continues we will both fail. The mention of failing brought Arena somewhat to her senses and she started to breathe slowly to calm down. You are right, we don't have much time anymore, let's start to think. No need to think. I will charge at him while you support me from long range. But in my opinion, we should try to think why AG passed instead. Kotaro had already unknowingly the right idea, while Arena walked straight into the trap of overthinking. Hayate, who was listening, didn't say anything, because in his opinion overthinking is something that mustn't happen on the battlefield, especially when it concerns teammates. Arena and Kotaro kept arguing with each other till the 5 minutes were up. They couldn't come to an agreement and Hayate stood up and glanced at them. Whatever, I will keep trying to fight him, while you can keep wasting your time thinking. Kotaro charged at him again. Hayate dodged everything without drawing his sword. After a few blows, Hayate started to attack Kotaro instead. Then when Kotaro found himself in a corner, because a tree was behind him, Hayate drew his sword and said playtime is over. Wait, please sensei, no need to hurt me, I will go back to the academy so don't cut me with your sword please. Hayate didn't say anything and raised his sword. No please. Kotaro panicked thinking Hayate will strike him for real. Suddenly a kunai flew towards him. Run while you have the chance. Arena who threw the kunai shouted. Hayate blocked the kunai with his sword and started to put his sword into the sheath. Cough, congratulations, you both pass. What? What? Why? How? Kotaro was perplexed. Why do you think we put Genins in a team? It's because of teamwork. For example, earlier AG attacked me when he saw an opening from your attack, that's why I let him pass instantly. Anyway, most shinobi missions are done in a team, so Genins need to be willing to work together, it's the most important thing, Keep this in mind and never forget this. Yes, sensei. Both shouted happily while Kotaru had teary eyes and Arena still had a look of disbelief. They then looked at Eiji. He was sleeping without a care in the world. After getting his head smacked by Hayate, Eiji woke up. Hayate told them the time and place to gather tomorrow for their first mission. Wait, sensei, I wanted to show you how much I have improved since the last time. I didn't want the other two to be in the way, so can you stay a bit longer and spar with me? Eiji asked Hayate before he left. Cough, sure, I'm looking forward to it. Hayate took his fight stance, which he didn't use at the test before, while Eiji took an Iaijutsu stance. Looks like he wants to settle it with just one move. Hayate felt pressure, even though Eiji was only in his stance and glaring at him. When a small breeze blew, Eiji suddenly appeared behind Hayate. What speed! I could only see his hand moving towards his sword grip. After a few seconds, a clean cut appeared on Hayate's sword, and then the upper half fell on the ground. I was really wrong about him, he is a monster. I didn't understand back then why he suddenly wanted to learn Iaijutsu, but it looks like he had a vision of what he did now, even back then. It was a move, which involved strengthening his feet with his accelerated chakra to the limit for godlike speed, while also channeling wind chakra into his blade, to increase the sharpness. Eiji grinned, Sensei, you told me in the past to give names to my techniques, and since it's not only a technique but my own sword style, I gave it the name Konoha Wind Spirit Style, Spring Breeze, so what do you think, Sensei? Cough, you will buy me a new sword. Chapter 34, Bandit Mission. I had enough with this stupid missions. Give us something important and awesome. That's something Naruto would probably say, but I personally don't have any problems with dumb and easy missions. I mean, steady payment for low effort, how can you not like it? When Tenten started doing missions last year, she also didn't mind dumb missions, since she doesn't like traveling for days. Well, she got more mature and chill overall, so her character is now more similar to how she was supposed to be. Some things are different though. When it comes to me, she isn't as chill, like when the daughter of a shop owner, who I see frequently when my mum sends me shopping, gave me a present and said that I look like a cool vagabond. When Tenten heard of that, she rushed to the girl to talk to her. After that, the normally cheerful girl was always fearful when seeing me. Anyway, since Tenten graduated last year, I don't see her often anymore. Especially since Guy always takes over the top long missions, to let them experience their youth. Something Tenten really hates. I'm really glad that Hayate-sensei isn't a weirdo and is overall a reasonable person. Lord Hokage, we are here again to select a mission. Oh Hayate, it's you again? Your team is really fast when it comes to completing missions. How about this mission, helping to dig sweet potatoes? Cough, Lord Hokage, to speak the truth, I think it's time for my team to get some real fighting experience. Do you have something with non-dangerous opponents like hoodlums of bandits? Well, Hayate-sensei was always someone who believed in the effectiveness of learning by doing. Eiji. We have here a D-rank mission, where some bandits build a hideout near a nearby village and sometimes come to extort goods from them. The bandits are small in number and pretty weak. Your mission would be to arrest them. Would this mission be acceptable? Yes, this was something I was looking for, thank you, Lord Hokage. Team 11, get ready for a small journey outside the village. We will meet up at the gate in 3 hours. Yes, Sensei. Hey Eiji, can you wear your headband normally and stop embarrassing us? Kotaru. I don't think he is embarrassing us, and if he wants to wear it like that I don't really see a problem. In any case, if there was a problem, Sensei would have already said something. Arena. They were talking about how his headband hanged on his sword sheath. With the panda pendant as well, his sword was flamboyantly decorated. Eiji ignored Kotaru, who for some reason always tried to find things to criticize about Eiji. Has this Four Eyes nothing better to do? He should really find some hobbies like I have, for example. Wait, I also don't have any hobbies. Hey-8 was the last person to arrive. Of course, for a mission with only some no-name bandits, he didn't need to prepare much. Instead, he used the time to meet up with his lover. But this is of course something he wouldn't tell them. Cough, is everyone ready? Even though you guys are leaving Konoha probably for the first time, the village isn't far and it should only take us about 4 hours to get there. Since it wasn't a mission where every second counts, they traveled normally by foot instead of jumping through trees. At a bandit hideout, a bandit was kneeling of what looked like their boss. I'm sorry boss, I promise I won't do the same thing AG. The boss grabbed the head of this bandit with one hand. He then crushed it like a melon and blood and brain matter splashed everywhere. I think I spoke clearly when I said that I absolutely won't tolerate anything which goes against the orders. Every one of you who has the same idea like this one here will end up the same. I hope this time it was understandable for you retards. He spoke it apathetically and he looked like he didn't care at all, even though his words may make one believe the opposite. The spectating bandits replied fearfully, "We understand, sir." Chapter 35, Trap. The boss wasn't actually their true boss. One day he just arrived at their old hideout and killed their former boss and threatened them to obey him or else he would kill them too. Actually, his real identity is 42, a henchman of Orochimaru. For as long as he remembers was he in Orochimaru's captivity, so long that he can't even remember his real name. The other inmates called him 42, so he just went with it. He grew up in Otagakure without any love of happiness and not long ago he was suddenly forced to participate in a deathly battle royal. 42 was the sole survivor and winner of this battle royal and then a mission was given to him. Orochimaru was planning something big in the near future concerning Konoha, so his mission was to erase as much of Konoha's manpower before that while making sure to not alert them. If you think about it, it's a pretty ludicrous mission. If a number of shinobis suddenly started to disappear, Konoha would absolutely be alerted. Since not alerting them was far more important than the numbers and strength of the shinobis, 42 came up with a plan. He would take over a bandit group, let them bait some rookie teams, and then kill them. Since it's only some rookie teams, Konoha wouldn't suspect something, since rookie teams have naturally a high chance of screwing up in missions. Furthermore, rookie teams wouldn't be such a great loss for Konoha to start to dispatch elite troops to investigate. He was strong, but he certainly couldn't fight an elite troop alone. To make sure he only attracts rookie teams, he ordered the bandits to make as little trouble as possible, so that the bandits would be an annoyance but not a threat. Unfortunately, bandits often had the characteristics of a small intellect and no self-control. He ordered the bandits to only extort goods, but not long ago one of them started to harass the village girls. That is why this bandit's brain was now splattered all over the floor. For 42 killing was nothing, in fact, he hadn't even feelings towards Orochimaru, neither affections nor hate. He had no purpose in his miserable life, so he always just went with the flow. This mission was just something he got entangled with and he just tried to complete it without thinking too much about it. How awesome! This is my first time seeing a village outside of Konoha. Kotaru shouted with a happy look, while Arena was looking interested around. Eiji was also intrigued. Konoha is really weird when it comes to technology and architecture, so seeing a village which resembles feudal Japan is honestly really cool. The village was small and had not many people in it. But it was well maintained and it didn't look like some dirty peasant farm, where everyone is malnourished. The people here were healthy and lived a happy life. Occasionally they would have some festivals here, which aren't practiced in big towns or shinobi villages. The clothes were similar to feudal Japan as well, with people who were currently working wearing simple working clothes and straw hats, while the rest moved around in kimonos. When the village people saw Team 11 approaching, the people hurried to inform the village chief. The village chief rushed there and inspected them warily. Only after seeing the Konoha headbands did he relax slightly and greeted them. "Welcome to our humble village. I suppose you are Konoha shinobis." Cough, yes. We came here to deal with your bandit problem. Ah great, follow me, it's better talking somewhere inside with a cup of tea. You see, normally we don't have any bandit problems around here, since our village is near Kanahagakur. But around a month ago this group suddenly appeared. I have to say though, they are a weird bunch, they only demand a small number of goods and never used physical force. Though today one of them started harassing our girls, weirdly enough the other bandits stopped him and dragged him away. That's why we told Konoha that they aren't really dangerous and that we would pay for a D-rank mission. The hideout should be nearby somewhere, but I can't tell you the exact location. Well, you shinobis shouldn't have any problems finding it though. Cough. I understand. Don't worry, those bandits will be handled by us, just make sure that none of the villagers leaves the village while we are dealing with them. Chapter 36, Treasure Worm. Hey sensei, how are we supposed to find their hideout? Kotaru. We learned it at the academy though, Arena. I know, but I forgot it. Cough. Well, there are many ways to track somebody, but the most important thing is to use the tactic most suitable for the circumstances. For our mission, we know that the hideout is nearby, and since there weren't any bandit problems prior to this, we can conclude that this hideout was built by our targets. Hideouts are either built from scratch or environmental structures like caves are used instead. Most bandits don't want to waste time building it on their own, so most of the time it's the second option they use. There is a mountain range nearby, so we just have to follow the easiest path from the village into the direction of the mountain range and we should find something. But shouldn't we be a bit careful of possible traps or something, sensei? AG. Usually yes, but since we got the information that the bandits take only goods from the village, they likely use some sort of carriage to carry it to the hideout, which would make setting traps that aren't triggered by their own carriage hard to set up. Kinda makes sense, I guess, AG. Of course, the words of a jonin always make sense. Kotaru. Why are you always so energetic? Can't you relax a bit or something? Sir, one of our scouts saw them walking into the village and then talking to the village chief. And now they walk towards our hideout. Looks like some fish took finally the bait. Order all men to act like we didn't notice them. When they arrive, start acting surprised and attack disorganized. I will take care of the rest. 42 said it with an emotionless voice like always. He then started to hide himself. It's not like he isn't strong, but sneak attacking is just the fastest way and the possibility of the enemy escaping is also much smaller. Sensei, shouldn't we? Keep your voice down, we are already nearby and it looks like the enemy didn't notice us. So here's the plan. Since I took the mission to let you have some real fighting experience, you guys will try to take them stealthily out one by one, while I will stand on standby to step in if something goes wrong. Yes, sensei. All three whispered it. There were currently 3 guards outside the cave guarding the entrance. The 3 genin formed the plan of everyone taking one guard individually out, striking at the same time. After that, they would transform into the guards and check the situation inside. Heiei approved of the plan, even though he knew that such a plan was a bit too sophisticated to carry out for rookies and that mishaps will probably occur, but that's why he was here. If anything happens, he will instantly step in to help. After that they could learn from this experience and their mistakes, to grow as shinobis. Anyway, the 3 genins selected their targets and started to sneak. Of course, they just wanted to knock them unconsciously, but Heiei insisted that they still should have a kunai ready in case it gets dangerous. The bandits already knew that enemies are approaching, but they were ordered to behave normally. Furthermore, they are normal people, so they couldn't possibly notice trained shinobis sneaking towards them. They did normal guard stuff, one was drinking booze, the other was eating, while the last one distanced himself to answer the call of nature. Man, I love beer, but I hate the pissing after that. Unfortunately, Arena's target was the one who was currently peeing. With a red face, she tried her best to ignore it and sneaked behind his back. Then she hit him at the neck. Somehow he managed to fall back, exposing his treasure worm to a 12-year-old girl. Fortunately, Eiji and Kotaro didn't run into any problems, so the next step was to transform into the guards. But Arena was just standing there like her soul left her body. Chapter 37, Sneak Attack. 42 was watching the 3 genin. Only 3 genin. According to intel I got for the mission, most shinobi villages have a jonin supervising genin, so I suspect that the jonin is hiding somewhere. It would be best to sneak attack the jonin, so I will just wait and see. Maybe he shows himself on his own accord. Because of Arena's hesitation, they lost the timing, and when a bandit went out to swap for guard duty, he saw the unconscious bodies and started to yell, "Intruders!" The bandits acted surprised and started to attack disorganized like they were ordered. Truthfully, they would attack disorganized even if they weren't ordered to, since they were no-name bandits who can only bully defenseless villagers. They don't know how to fight at all. Still, for children of their age, when suddenly a group of armed adults starts to rush at you, it would still be scary. Eiji had already experienced dealing with a group of hoodlums, so he was relaxed and just smacked at their heads with his sword sheath. Kotaro was eager to prove himself, so he charged bravely at the bandits. Arena was still paralyzed. The bandits sensed that she was the easiest target and started to focus on her. Damn it, Arena! Start doing something! Kotaro was frustrated and tried to get in range to defend her. Eiji wasn't really motivated to help since he knew Hay-8 would step in, so he just continued to smack the heads of nearby bandits. Of course, with that, Hay-8 had no choice but to step in to save Arena. Instantly the group which ran towards Arena was knocked out. After seeing that, Arena came to her senses. "Sensei! Cough! Don't worry, I'm here." Like a bullet, a body shot out from somewhere and hit Hay-8. Hay-8 flew towards the mountain. It looks like you reacted and moved your body to evade a lethal hit. Well, you are still pretty heavily injured, so I doubt you can put up a real fight. After the smoke from his landing subsided, you could see 42. He didn't wear anything which would link him to Otagakura or Orochimaru, to avoid blasting Orochimaru's plan in case he would die or gets caught. He had an apathetic look, his hair color was gray and he had a body physique that was similarly buffed as Yugo. But the most noteworthy thing about his appearance was that his arms were covered in earth. Cough, cough, everyone get away from this guy. He is highly dangerous, you guys better get out. I will hold him back, while you rush back to Konoha to report that an unknown strong shinobi was hiding amongst the bandits. But sensei, what about you? Kotaro. Don't worry about me, I will defeat this guy and then join you. The genins looked at their sensei. His left arm was twisted in a weird way and he trembled heavily while struggling to even stand. They knew that his words right now weren't true. What the hell is happening here? Why did we run into some strong guy on a normal mob mission? What should I do? Take Kotaro in Arena and leave Hay-8 sensei behind? No. I swore I would save Hay-8 sensei. While Eiji was contemplating, Kotaro charged at 42, "No sensei. I won't leave you behind." 42 glanced at him disinterested while saying, "Too bad, you should have listened to your sensei. Then maybe your chance of survival wouldn't be zero." More earth started to gather on his arms, and then he raised one of his arms to attack. Boom! His punch had the power of a small explosion. Of course, Kotaro couldn't possibly survive being hit by that. But Hay-8 used a shadow clone to push him out of the way and only the shadow clone got hit instead. Using the shadow clone jutsu for that uses a lot of chakra. I have only enough chakra left to use the dance of the crescent moon one time. Furthermore, I can hold my sword with only one arm now. I need to end this fight with my next move or else. Looks like I need to kill this jonin first. 42 looked at a Hay-8 who looked like he would collapse any second. Hay-8 started to summon 2 shadow clones and used his last ounce of strength to perform his signature move. 42 couldn't dodge and was cut simultaneously. Chapter 38, Team 11 vs 42. Fuck, these were Hay-8's last words before dropping down. He used his last ounce of strength, but couldn't take 42 down. Before he was slashed, 42 covered his whole body with an earth armor. Jonin are generally able to use two types of elemental chakra, but Heiei was a Takubutsu Jonin. He got this status because of his superb Kenjutsu skills. But like most Takubutsu Jonin, even though they excel in one specific area, they lack all-around Jonin skills. This was also true for Heiei. He could only use one type of elemental chakra, and his chakra nature was fire like most of the shinobis in Konoha. Using fire chakra on his sword isn't really beneficial, so he relies on his pure Kenjutsu. Most of the time it's enough to take down any of his opponents, but shinobis who excel in defense are his natural counters. That is why Heiei was defeated by Baki in the original timeline. Anyway, with Heiei down, 42 started to select his next target. And Ag, who was watching this fight, was in complete disbelief that Heiei was defeated so fast. Shit! Why is this happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a normal mob mission? Why did it turn out this way? Ag was also experiencing true fear for the first time. He started to doubt if he can even take on 42, meanwhile 42 looked at Kotaru emotionlessly. Looks like you are next. Kotaru, who was normally energetic and confident, was completely frozen out of fear. 42 retracted his earth armor and started to walk towards him in a normal tempo, since in his eyes his enemies lost the will to fight and he doesn't need to exert himself unnecessarily anymore. But unbelievable, in this hopeless situation, the usually most fearful Arena started to prepare her attack. She didn't say anything, but her eyes showed pure concentration, and she used the clone technique to summon 4 afterimages of her. She and the afterimages rushed towards 42. Using such a basic technique is really insulting for the opponent, you know. 42 looked bored and he covered his arms with the earth armor again, and with just one swing he hit all the afterimages. Arena was hit too, but she anticipated that attack and let her right arm break to evade the rest of the attack while using the other hand to grab into her shinobi bag. She used a smoke bomb. You really are underestimating me. With just one swing of him, the whole smoke vanished. But 42 didn't expect to see himself surrounded by a huge amount of bombs. You crazy bitch! You will only kill yourself and your nearby mates with this. The normally apathetic 42 was slightly panicked and he instantly summoned an earth armor to cover himself fully. He waited but nothing happened. The bombs were just duds, not meant to explode. But this was enough time to toss Kotaru out of 42's range and grab Heiei. Arena started running. 42 was still bewildered, not believing that he was easily fooled by a rookie. Arena was still running, when 42 composed himself. This is really different from the fights I'm used to, but now I will use all to kill you once and for all. The earth armor covered himself fully again, and he prepared to launch. At this rate, everyone will die. Fuck. Why does my body not listen to me? After seeing Arena's superb performance, despite her being way weaker than him, he started to feel shame. He wanted to help too, but his body didn't listen to him. It was his first life and death fight, and even though he was an adult in his last life, his current body didn't care about any of that and continued to behave like the body of a child. 42 looked at the running Arena and aimed his charge direction at her. He would shot out like a bullet, and with the hardiness of his armor, the damage will be devastating. Fucking shit, this shitty body won't stop me. Ag bit on his lips so hard that blood started to flow. Boom. 42 charged like a bullet, but he hit nothing. Joe shithead, sorry for letting you wait. Ag dropped Arena and Heiei next to him and held the sword on one of his shoulders. Chapter 39, Shinobi Life. For a rookie team, you guys sure know how to be annoying like mosquitoes. Better being a mosquito than an emotionless shitass who would probably bore his own mother to death. 42 didn't know how to react to those witty insults, but he didn't need to, he just needed to kill him. He started to prepare another charge. But Ag also used the time to get into an IAI stance. In terms of speed I'm certainly faster, but I honestly don't want to be in close range against this guy. So I will use my other technique instead. Instead of accelerating and concentrating his chakra on his feet like for the spring breeze, he used the sword instead. He concentrated a huge amount of accelerated chakra, so much that the sword started to glow. Konoha Wind Spirit Style, Summer Wind. 42 charged and disappeared. But Ag lifted his sword slightly out of the sheath right at this time. The accumulated energy inside the sword escaped the sheath with explosive power. But it was a directed power, which looked like a cutting wind with the appearance of a circle surrounding Ag. This comes because Ag used wind chakra as well. The whole core of his technique wasn't that he just used his sheath like a bomb, but instead he used the accelerated wind chakra to form a phantom blade around his blade inside the sheath. He then draws fully this phantom sword, which gives him control of the direction of his attack. Of course the phantom blade instantly evaporates while drawing it. In short, for the opponents, it looks like he just slightly moved his sword, which unleashes a powerful attack, but in reality, it was a sophisticated technique. Because the attack had a huge radius, 42 was cut while charging. Even his earth armor couldn't help him, he was cut in half. His two halves still had the bullet-like power, but the trajectory was off and they didn't hit anything. Looks like this is it. Ag was looking at the battlefield. The other bandits escaped already at the beginning of the battle, so they were nowhere to be seen. Kotaro hit his head when he was tossed by Arena and was unconscious. Heiei was unconscious as well. When it comes to Arena, it looked like she finally listened to her body signals and was overwhelmed by the pain of her broken arm. So I'm the only one who can move around. I should probably rush to the village for help. Heiei woke up. He was in a room which he believed he recognized, but overall he was confused and didn't understand the situation. After some time images of the fight with 42 rushed into his brain. Panic was written on his face and he tried to get up too suddenly, which resulted in him feeling huge pain. Calm down, with your injuries you shouldn't move around recklessly. Heiei recognized the voice and turned towards the source of it. It was the village chief. Cough, please, can you tell me what happened? Where are my teammates? Well, I believe you want the short answer, so here you go. One of your teammates defeated this dangerous-looking bandit, and since everyone was injured he rushed towards the village to ask for help. The other teammates were also treated and it looks like they will be fine. Defeated this opponent, it can only be one. Can you tell me please, where the one with the sword currently is? I wouldn't advise you to move around, but you won't listen probably anyway. I saw him near the bridge. The village has only one bridge, so you should find him easily. Cough, when it was my first time I couldn't sleep for weeks, but it was war, so I couldn't be absent for too long. Ag, who was sitting and leaning at a bridge arc, turned towards Heiei with a weak smile. Traces of vomit could be seen around his mouth. Honestly sensei, I thought I wouldn't be a sissy, who would cry about killing his enemies, but my shitty body does whatever it wants. Ag, without you defeating him, we would have all died, so instead you should be proud. I don't think I should be proud of stuff like that. If I didn't defeat him I would be dead and that's it. Isn't this how shinobi life is supposed to be? He said that with a mocking smile. It was silent for a while. Heiei thought about his shinobi life and experiences. Hey sensei, will it get easier with time? No, you just learn to ignore it better. Chapter 40, Chunin Exam. While the three genin recovered in the village, Heiei went to check the battlefield. Unfortunately, 42's corpse didn't have anything to deduce his identity, so Heiei assumed it was one of the other village's plot. Still, since the bandits disbanded and fled, it was concluded that the bandits were forced by 42, so it would be highly unlikely that the bandits would gather here again. Which means, the mission could be counted as a success. After that, they returned to the village. Heiei allowed them to rest for a few days, while he went to give his mission report. Of course, when Hiruzen heard that there was a strong shinobi who lead a bandit group nearby and that his goals are still unknown, he felt troubled, but he was certain it was a plot of a village with bad relations like Kumagakure. But even more so, he felt troubled that not only Team Kakashi's mission was far more dangerous than he initially anticipated, but now it was the case for Team Heiat's as well. So the first thing he did, was to order to check all current missions on their difficulty level. Anyway, he was still glad that there were no casualties from both teams and that the genin showed an unexpected skill and mental fortitude. So he decided to ask Heiat if he wants to recommend his team for the Chunin exams as well. After some days of rest, the members of Team 11 got a notice to meet up with Heiat. Heiat's arm was still injured since it wasn't a clean break like Arena's and needed more time to heal. Cough. I summoned you here today to tell you that I recommended you all for the Chunin exam. Silence. Sensei, what is this Chunin exam? Kotaru. I feel bad for Heiat sensei. Here he is basically saying that he acknowledges us and then those two have no idea, Ag. It's basically an exam which allows us to be promoted to Chunin. As far as I know, it's pretty rare for rookie genin to be recommended for them. Is this really a good idea for us? Arena. Kotaru. Cough. Ag's explanation is right. Anyway, the exam is voluntary, so if you don't want to participate, you just have to not turn those applications in. But if you instead want to participate, report to room 301 at the school by 4 in the afternoon tomorrow. That's all. So it starts. Now I must do everything to help Heiat sensei avoid his death. Ag had a dark expression. Heiat initially thought they would be happy about their chance to take the exam this early, but they all had gloomy faces. Maybe they still didn't sort their emotions about last mission out, but that's something which shinobis need to learn to deal with. Ag and Arena went home, but Kotaru called out to Heiat before the latter went off as well. Sensei, please wait. Can I talk to you for a bit? Sure, what's wrong? You know, on our last mission Ag was undisputable the reason we survived and even Arena pulled something amazing off, but I was just useless. I couldn't even move, so I don't know if I'm qualified for this exam. Cough. I know how you feel, but I wouldn't recommend you just so you aren't left behind. This exam is dangerous and I would only recommend you if I acknowledged your skills as a shinobi. But, I don't have anything special about me and I'm not as brave in a dangerous situation as Arena. Precisely because you are so normal I recommended you, you know, as someone who is completely normal. The only thing you can do is to slowly accumulate experience and to use it. You may certainly fail this exam, but you will use the failure to grow. But don't overexert yourself, the exams are dangerous, so if you are at your limit, just quit. Taking baby steps and doing the exams over till you pass is really okay. Kotaro thought some time about Heiat's words. After some time it looked like he was convinced and said with a smile, "Thanks sensei. You are right. I will just take baby steps and then one day I will surpass this stupid Ag." Chapter 41, Class Reunion. Ag. Didn't we agree to meet up earlier? Why are you letting us wait? Kotaru. Joe, calm your tits, I'm only 2 minutes late. Yeah, sorry, I'm just kinda nervous. I took some tea with me, it will probably help with the nervousness. Ah, great, thanks Arena. Anyway, you said you wanted to talk to us before we go there, Ag. Yeah, I have some juicy insider information about the first test. What? How? Joe, calm down. Anyway, if I tell you, make sure to behave like you know nothing. Don't tell the other participants about it either, okay? Alright. So, the info I got is that they let us take a written test, but that written test isn't important. You don't even have to answer one of the questions. The crux of the first exam is that at the end they will pressure us to leave, but we just have to stay to pass. So even though many will try to cheat since the fake questions on the written test are too hard, it's better to not risk it and just write nonsense or nothing in the first phase and wait till they want us to leave. There we just stay and we pass. Easy, right? That's, it kinda sounds a bit ridiculous, kinda hard to believe you, Kotaru. I agree, are you sure that your information is correct? Arena. Come on, am I really that untrustworthy? Absolutely. Kotaru. Ouch, that hurts. Anyway, let's go. It would be laughable if we got disqualified for being late. There are sure many people here. I have never seen more people in the arcade. Hey, what's the noise up there? Kotaru. Is someone as talentless as you really planning to take the Chunin exam? Why bother? Bunch of wet behind the ears snot noses. You said it. Please, we are begging you, let us in. It's that scene where Lee and Tenten are hiding their strength while trying to get into the fake room. I didn't see Tenten for a while, so butting in now would be kinda awkward. Let's just sneak past everyone and get to the real room. Sasuke should appear soon anyway to get everyone heated up. Hey guys, let's just follow me quietly. What? But isn't this the room we have to report in? Keep your voice down and just do as I say. Oh man, sometimes you really annoy me. Why don't you say anything, Arena? Let's just trust Ag, since he said he has inside info. While they went sneaky past everyone, Tenten was kicked down and mocked more. Of course, Lee insisted beforehand that they shouldn't draw attention, so she just took the kick. She didn't take much damage from it though, but coincidentally her eyes saw Ag's back for a moment. Wait, could it be? Is he really here as well? Her thoughts were interrupted by Sasuke's flashy entrance. That sounds good in theory, but you'd better let me through. And drop the genjutsu you've created, while you're at it. Wow, it looks like you were right, Ag. In this room are even more people, so what do we do now? Kotaru. Sit and wait somewhere where we don't draw any attention. I agree, the people here look really strong, the less attention the better, Arena. But before they could do that, they were approached by their ex-classmates. Hey, you are here as well? I'm amazed you are still a shinobi and didn't end up in juvenile prison. Shikamaru. How can you say to the incarnation of Buddha himself? My virtues are renowned through the whole Ag. Hey, it's you, sword freak? Your team is the least I expected to see here. Damn, why are they all only talking to Ag and ignore us? Kotaru. Well, he is a bit flashy, so people pay naturally more attention to him. Anyway, I guess we can forget about drawing not any attention, Arena. But the attention wasn't as big as when Team 7 walked in. Ino instantly shouted and jumped at Sasuke, while Sakura started to shout at Ino. And then after some time, Naruto started to shout as well. And Ag's team was still in the area of the spotlight. Ag. Why are our ex-classmates so weird and loud? Kotaru. I don't know, Arena. Would you guys do us all a favor and just shut up? Of course, fucking Kabuto is here as well. A dark expression flashed across Ag's face for a second, before he wore his usual grumpy face again. Chapter 42, Giving Up So Early? This isn't a school field trip, you know. Who the heck do you think you are? Ino. Name's Kabuto. So what? You kids need to open your eyes. While Kabuto talked to them, Ag signaled his teammates to get out of the center of attention, but when they managed to distance themselves from there, they were stopped by Tenten. Tenten. Joe, what's up, Tenten? How you doin'? Ag. What's up? Why didn't you tell me that you would take the exam too? Hey Tenten, you know him? Lee. Yes, he is something like a childhood friend of mine. Niji glared at every member of Ag's team, but in his eyes, none of them looked strong, so he lost quickly his interest. Well, you see, we just got back from a long mission yesterday, and then today is the exam, so I didn't have any time. But didn't we come back a week ago? Kotaru. This idiot. Ag. Ahem, you see, this guy here is Kotaru and he loves to joke AR. Before he could finish, everyone's attention was drawn to Naruto yelling, how his name is Naruto Uzumaki and that no one will beat him. Kid's got some life in him, maybe you went too easy on him, Lee. Niji. Anyway, it was nice to see you again Tenten, but we should. Ag was interrupted by the noise of the Otonin attacking Kabuto. Damn, why am I currently interrupted non-stop? Lee, what did that look like to you? Niji. Kabuto saw through the attack, so there must have been something else to it, some trick they used to make him sick. Lee. Ag was in the mood to flaunt a bit, so he said, it's easy, this Otagakur guy used sound waves while swinging his arm to attack. Because the sound waves messed with the liquid in his ears, Kabuto felt nauseous and vomited. How did this guy analyze it in such a short time? Maybe I underestimated him, Niji. Would everyone please just shut up? Suddenly Ibiki appeared with a group of proctors. Anyway, looks like the test is about to start, so see ya. Ag and his team went to sit on vacant seats. Hey Tenten, you said you know him? Can you tell me who he is? Niji. You mean Ag? Well, to be honest, I personally think he is probably stronger than even you Niji. He is one of Konoha's best Kenjutsu users despite his age. Stronger than Niji? Lee made a dark expression. But they had to stop their thoughts and concentrate on Ibiki explaining the contents of the first test. Ibiki. The written test started and everyone started to try to answer some of the questions, while some already seen through the farce and started to cheat. Then there were others who cheated too obviously and were disqualified. But there was a trio that just sat there and did nothing. Two of them, the one with glasses and the girl, looked at the sheets, and after seemingly being convinced of something they stopped looking at it and just sat there waiting for something. And the other one of them didn't even turn the sheets around and just took a soft drink out and began to drink it nonchalantly. If they are giving up already and lost all hope to even try, why don't they just leave? Ibiki was a bit annoyed but decided to just ignore them. But then the boy who held a sword had an accident and the soft drink fell over and completely soaked the sheets wet. They were unusable now. Oh man, I didn't bring another kin with me, I'm still thirsty. Everyone was stressed out about the test, so normally one not being able to write on his sheets anymore would be a nightmare, but he didn't care at all. Some of the other participants glared at him angrily but then decided that they should rather use the time for the test and started to ignore him. But he started to draw on the table with a bored expression. Why is he even here? Calm down Ibiki, getting so worked up isn't like you, anyway, it's about time for the real test. Get ready for the 10th question. And before we get to the question itself, I'm adding one more new rule. While Ibiki explained everything, many people got worked up like Kaiba for example, who started to shout at him and complained. Ibiki, just your rotten luck. I wasn't making the rules in past years. He used it as a chance to increase the mental pressure with his answer. After that people started to give up one after another. I quit. I'm rejecting the question, Jenna. Ineo. Please forgive me. I quit too. I'm sorry guys. Many people started to quit, letting their teammates fail as well. Ag got up as well and stretched his arm. What the hell Ag? Everything went exactly as you told us, why are you doing this? Kotaru. Arena. It was obvious that those three would quit, considering they didn't even try to answer the questions before. Ibiki. Excuse me, do you guys have some tea? I'm kinda thirsty. Ibiki smashed his fist into the blackboard behind him. Chapter 43, Passing the First Test. After smashing his fist into the blackboard, there was complete silence in the room. No one dared to make any noise. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Ibiki formed a small smile and said, "Sure, we can't have our participants die of thirst." He then nodded to one proctor, who then disappeared and appeared with a can of green iced tea which he placed at Ag's table. I honestly didn't expect to really get some tea, I'm not really thirsty, but declining now would be a bit too much. Thanks, Ag. Of all the participants, he was currently the only one knowing that Ibiki had somewhat of a soft side, but he didn't expect him to really give him something to drink. But Ibiki, who was a master of human psychology, did the unexpected thing to confuse his enemy and to get the psychological advantage. After that, Ag stopped his trolling and just kept silent. He, brat, you still have much to learn, Ibiki. This year's exam, where many promising and clever genin participated, many could see through the meaning of Ibiki's action, which in turn intensified the pressure which they faced. Because of that, more people left than in the original timeline. Of course, there were people like Naruto who were oblivious, but he was currently occupied with his own inner turmoil. More people left. But Naruto then started to shout suddenly, that he wouldn't quit, and even if he failed, he would still become Hokage. So things still played out like they were supposed to, so Ibiki said that everyone who was still there passed. Then he started to explain his reasoning for his weird test. You've passed the first hurdle. Part 1 of the Chunin selection exam is now concluded. I'll pray you fight the good fight. Ibiki. Yeah, you do that. Go pray. Naruto. Ho ho, what an entertaining kid, Ibiki. Suddenly there was a sound of a window breaking, and Anko appeared. None of you are in any position to celebrate. I am the second chief examination officer, Mitarashi Anko. Time's a-wastin', people. Let's go. Everyone. Can't you see the mood in here? Ibiki. This new officer almost reminds me of Naruto. Sakura. Everyone left except Ibiki, who was collecting the written exams. Hey, he's the kind of person who thinks he can pass the exam with a completely blank answer sheet. Uzumaki Naruto is a very intriguing young man. He said that while smiling. Then next he saw the blank sheets of Eiji and his teammates. This time he broke out in complete laughter. I didn't know their names till now. I see, so those are Heiat's brats? He really found himself some funny ones, ha ha ha. He kept laughing while thinking of his former teammate Heiat and the pranks his student did in today's exam. Maybe I should think about leading a genin team too. Eiji, your insider information really saved me there. I honestly think I would have quit there if I didn't know, Arena was whispering to Eiji while Anko was telling them about the Forest of Death. Then Kodara joined in as well, yeah, it really saved me as well. By the way, do you have some insider information for DHI, what they? While he was whispering, Anko threw a kunao at Naruto and licked the blood of his wound, which disturbed many. But this wasn't everything. Now even some weirdo gave her the kunao she threw with his long-ass tongue, definitely not Orochimaru. Anyway, nothing dangerous happened and Anko gave everyone consent forms to sign. She then started to explain the second exam. You have 120 hours in which to complete this exam, exactly 5 days. Anko. 5 days. Ino. What are we supposed to do about food? Koji. That's your problem. The forests are full of nature's bounty. Of course, they're also full man-eating animals, deadly insects, and poisonous plants. Everyone listen. Kotaru panicked. Eiji, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly shout? Everyone's gazes turned towards him, but Eiji just smiled and took a scroll out. Suddenly a big sack of food rations appeared. I sell some food rations, each for only 5,000 ryo. What? 5,000? What a ripoff, some random mob. This kid is really dumb. We just have to target him in the forest and take all the. Thanks for buying. Koji. Why did you buy everything? Ino. Chapter 44, Barbecue. This brat not only interrupted me, but he is even shamelessly selling stuff in front of me. Anko was smiling dangerously, while she was about to explode. But she tried to hold herself back while saying to Eiji, you really have some balls pissing of the chief examination officer? Good, since you will need it in the forest. Everyone, I also sell first aid kits. Eiji. Anko appeared in front of him with a fist. She wanted to smash his stupid face till he begs for mercy. But she never thought he would block it with his sword sheath. Even though as a Takubutsu Jonin, Special Jonin, her speed is nothing to scoff at, in Eiji's opinion she was slightly slower than Heiate. For Kenjutsu user, technique and speed are the most important things. And since Heiate trained Eiji, when it comes to speed, he was one of the fastest of all the Genins currently here. Because when it comes to physical training, Heiate only needed to train him in terms of speed. It's not like Lee, who in addition to speed needs to train his strength as well, to perform his taijutsu. Currently, Eiji's speed was similar to Lee's without the weights. But that's only his normal speed. If he has time to prepare and accelerate his chakra, he can dash out like a bullet. Anyway, Anko was surprised that a genin could block her attack. The surrounding genins were also surprised since not long ago Naruto couldn't even react to her attack. Hoodoo not bad, anyway I think it's better to stop wasting time and start the test already. Anko. She stopped attacking him and just wanted to get away from this annoying troll as fast as possible. Alright, everyone, follow your proctors to your respective gates. When the signal sounds in half an hour, the exam will begin. Anko. Honestly, what is he doing? Tenten had an unhappy and a bit worried expression. Eiji Nakamura, Niji. I honestly feel this bloody test is a bit too much, it means that half of all the teams will die, arena. Yeah, but I think we should be fine, no one looked nearly as strong as the guy we fought in our last mission. Kotaru. Team 11 was waiting for the start of the test when every gate was suddenly simultaneously opened by the proctors. All genin dashed straight into the forest to get a possible head start. Being faster than the other teams gives the advantage of scouting the forest while also possibly laying ambushes, so no team wanted to waste time. Except for one team. Hey Eiji, shouldn't we hurry up or something? Kotaru. Joe chill, what's the hurry anyway? We have 5 days to complete this, why waste energy on useless stuff? Eiji. But the other teams will have the advantage and can lay ambushes. Furthermore, there will be fewer teams as time goes on, so getting a scroll will be harder, arena. Yeah, but this is exactly what I want though, the strong teams will get their scrolls fast, while the leftover teams will be easy targets. Furthermore right now with so many teams battling it is probably really chaotic for the first few hours and I don't want to deal with that. Eiji. You are always trying to achieve things half-assed, if we end up not getting a scroll it will be entirely your fault, Kotaru. That's kinda rude, anyway let's walk along the fence and find a place to set up our camp, no team would return to the gates, that's why those are the safest places. Eiji. Even though Arena and Kotaru were dissatisfied with his plan and approach, they didn't say anything and followed him, since so far his plans all worked out. Anko was sitting on a roof outside the fence and was just about to eat her lunch when a group of genin walked along the fence in her direction. It was the team of the annoying troll from earlier. When he saw her, he told his teammates that this would be a good place for whatever they planned. All teams should be moving deeper into the forest, so to her, their actions were nonsensical. She wondered even if they wanted to quit, but then remembered that the boy with the sword should be fairly strong. Anyway, she wanted to eat her lunch, so she stopped paying attention to them and started to eat her dango rice dumplings and oshiruko bean soup. Eiji. Why are you setting a barbecue up? Kotaru. When Anko heard that, she turned to them to look and saw how Eiji summoned a full outdoor barbecue set with tables and so on from a scroll. What the? Hey Chief Examination Officer, you wanna join us for barbecue? Eiji. Chapter 45, Plan Ruined. When Anko heard that, even though she smiled, her whole face twitched. She wanted nothing more than to go in and smack his face until you could call it modern art. Of course, she wasn't allowed to do such things as the Chief Examination Officer, but because of her personality, she would have done it anyway if a Konoha shinobi didn't appear who shouted, "Terrible news, Lady Anko! What is it? Anko. Dead bodies. 3 of them. Dead bodies. Anko. Dead and very weird. Please come see for yourself. She disappeared with the shinobi, leaving Team 11 with their barbecue alone. Kotaru. Why do make such a face? You know, it's a barbecue, you should enjoy yourself. I also have some soft drinks, Ag. While his teammates had an awkward barbecue, surrounded by noises of fighting and screams, Ag thought, so it's almost time, let's finish the steak first though. His plan was actually to go to Anko after her fight with Orochimaru, to get a favor from her after helping her with her injuries. But even though he is pretty strong for a genin, when it comes to scouting he is absolutely terrible. His teammates also don't excel in scouting. So the easiest way is to observe Anko. Since the start of this test, he was searching for her chakra, and the possibility was high that she would still be at one of the gates. Of course, his plan wasn't bulletproof, since she now just left to investigate the bodies, the ones Orochimaru killed and took their identities. But at least he knows now that the fight should happen pretty soon. Finding someone is much easier if you know when the target is active than just randomly guess where and when. Now he only has to guess where. After finishing his steak he told his teammates, Joe, nature's calling. Defend my barbecue equipment until I'm back. It seemed logical, so they could only do as he told them. But he didn't need to pee or poop, in truth he just didn't want to share Anko's favor with them. If he is the only one who popes out with a first aid kit and some cold beer when she is injured, of course, she would be grateful. When he asks her to return the favor in the future, he is going to ask her to teach him the snake summoning jutsu. With that, he could learn Sage Mode. His original plan was to be just decently strong and then desert to live a quiet and happy life, but it doesn't hurt to get stronger just in case. Of course, he could also ask Naruto in the future to teach him the toad summoning jutsu, but too much dangerous stuff will happen at the time Naruto already learned it, and Ag wants to desert before being involved in all that jazz. Anyway, since he sucked at scouting, he summoned a shadow clone, which would walk in front of him, so that if he would trigger some kind of trap, his clone would see the other side instead of him. Since he didn't know where she was, he just moved in the direction where it was the loudest. It was already dusk, so most teams stopped their fighting to prepare for the night, so there weren't many fights going on. At the second fight, he could see snake attacks from afar. Bingo! He searched for a spot at the top of a tree to observe better, but it suddenly went quiet. Did they finish already? Wait. If Orochimaru comes randomly in my direction and sees that I observed them, he will probably kill me. I should just pretend like I'm randomly here and that I didn't notice them. Then he should think I'm an insignificant insect to him or something, so he just ignores me. Instead of climbing the tree, he started to pee. Yeah, being alone and away from my team to piss should be the least suspicious thing to do. While he was peeing, he heard the bush he was peeing on rustling. Ag first thought he peed on an animal. But instead, it was a person crawling out. This person looked like she had a high fever and pushed her hand on what looked like a mark on her neck. Anko saw Ag and was clearly not happy receiving his golden shower. Oh no! My plan is ruined. Chapter 46, Helper. Anko had almost no injuries from her fight. The reason for her sorry state was her curse mark, which reacted to Orochimaru. The pain was almost unbearable and she felt like she could lose consciousness any second now. Of course, she knew that in a few hours the curse mark would stop pulsating and that she would be fine after that. That is why she was crawling stealthily through bushes, to avoid the dangerous animals in the forest. But now another feeling emerged beside unbearable pain, it was pure anger. She never felt more humiliated in her entire life. Activating the curse mark now would make her state even worse, so much so that she would probably need to lay in a bed for a few days instead of waiting a few hours. But she didn't care and activated it. Hello Chief Examination Officer? What a funny coincidence meeting you here. When AG saw her curse mark activating, he stopped his sentence and ran like never before in his life. But it was already too late. You know, I'm starting to suspect that you knew the contents of this test beforehand. Anko was saying that while looking at the comfortable camping tent. Besides that, there were a bunch of things for outdoor camping like a water filter and even some magazines to kill time. And she was currently laying on a deck chair. Of course, AG couldn't afford to buy so much stuff, so he took a loan. But with the profits he got from Koji, he can pay off his department easily and still have some profit. Yush ma'am. I hash sham good conditions. AG was currently bowing respectfully while he was wearing only his underwear. And his head was completely swollen with bumps, making it difficult to understand him. It was really a comical sight. Even though she really wanted to kill him back there, if she lost consciousness after that she would be dead for sure. Since she didn't know when the requested Anbia would arrive, she needed a helper until then. So she restrained herself, succumbing to the bloodlust from the curse mark, and just beat him into submission. After that, she used one of the first aid kits, washed herself in the nearby river, and forced him to give her his clothes. Of course, his clothes were too small for her and already worn by him, but it's still better than wearing clothes soaked in pee or walking without any. She then wanted to force him to prepare a place to sleep for her, but he started to summon all kinds of stuff from scrolls instead. I wonder which idiot couldn't keep his mouth shut. Well, it doesn't matter. Shinobis are supposed to be able to collect information, so if the other teams didn't think of the idea to get some insider info, they can't really complain. Anyway, give me another beer. But you had already 4 bought lesh. With just a glance of her, he shut up and gave her another one respectfully. To be honest, meeting you here wasn't that bad. Waiting for those slow Anbio got really more convenient, ha 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 ha. Sir ma'am. I would do everything for. AG's almost not understandable sentence was interrupted by 3 giant tigers suddenly appearing. He picked his sword up and got into his IAI stance. He was really beaten to a pulp by Anko, so he wasn't sure if he could fight those tigers in his state. But when the tigers jumped, they suddenly stopped and just stood still. This should be paralysis, Anko, who was watching it with a grim expression, was deducing. Fancy meeting you here, Anko. Hearing that, Anko relaxed. The Anbio she requested finally arrived. In her current state, she wouldn't be able to fight those tigers, and she also didn't want to put her life into AG's hands, so she was really happy. You two must be the slowest moving Anbios I've ever met. Anko. Ah. Don't be like that. Besides, who is that? The 2 Anbus looked at the half-naked AG, with his completely swollen face, and all the camping items besides them. They never expected to see such a scene when meeting Anko. He helped me since this damn Mark was runnin' wild. Anko. Mark? Don't tell me. Anko signaled him to not disclose any sensitive information around AG. One of the Anbus helped her get up, and when they were about to leave, Anko turned towards AG. Hey kid, you kinda helped me out there, so if you can pass this test, I'll pay you back when I meet you at the tower. Ignoring the whole P fiasco, she didn't know that in the original timeline she would survive without problems, so she thought now that AG helped her avoiding a dangerous situation. When they left, AG exclaimed happily, Yush! My plan succeeded. Chapter 47, Getting a Scroll. Damn you AG! Do you know what the hell happened to you? Kotaru. Kotaru and Arena waited the whole night for him to return. Of course, thoughts like that he might have been attacked and wouldn't return emerged while they waited. But he was undoubtedly the strongest of them, so they decided if he doesn't return they could only forfeit. So when he then finally arrived, they didn't expect him to look like that, only in underwear and his face swollen after being stung by a whole nest of wasps. Sorry guys, I ran into the chief examination officer and had a little disagreement. If this is supposed to be the result of a little disagreement, I don't want to know what would happen with big disagreement, Arena. Ha. That's what you get for always trying to mock your superiors. Serves you right. Kotaru. Fuck you. I won't give you any foods or drinks anymore. What? We are a team. My loss is your loss. Kotaru. Guys, stop the quarrel. Now that AG is here, we should think about the test instead. Arena. Yeah, so what's your plan, AG? Kotaru. We go straight to the tower and camp there. That's kinda straightforward and simple, but I honestly agree. I don't want to waste time searching for other teams in this dumb forest. Kotaru. I also agree. We lost a day and need to be bold with our approach to make up for the advantages the other teams gathered. Arena. A team from Omegakure was waiting in the vicinity of the tower for other teams. Since the strongest teams like Gaara's for example already reached the tower with the scrolls the first day, this team was confident of their tactic to camp there. Also, since most weaker teams are still trying their luck in the deep forest, campers on the second day were pretty rare. Only on the fourth or fifth day would the campers start to appear in mass, which Naruto's team will experience. Anyway, this team from Omegakure still decided to camp on the second day, not because of tactical reasons, but rather because their leader had a short fuse and hates nothing more than to search for something. He was a midget compared to his teammates with a bald head. His teammates wore like most Omegakurenins rebreathers, but he didn't wear one and instead wore a tank top, which accentuated his muscular build. Hey, nothing against your idea, but what about our food? How do we secure it when we are camping here? Shut the fuck up, you dipshit, or else I will. They stopped talking to each other when they noticed AG's group approaching. Looks like they haven't noticed. Give me your scroll or else you will know why they call me Axigenius. I'm sure we will die someday because of him. AG's team was trying to find a suitable camper spot when a bald muscular midget suddenly jumped out of nowhere and started to shout. Why are mobs in this world even weirder than the main characters? AG thought that while he was wearing only his underwear and had a completely swollen face. Is this an enemy? Arena. I'm not sure, I think he is a madman who ended up somehow in this forest. Kotaru. I'm not a madman. You fucking shits won't insult me anymore after I'm done with you. He summoned 2 giant axes and started to throw them. This would be a dangerous attack if the attacks wouldn't be so easily dodgeable. I think he is supposed to be an enemy, but I'm not really sure. Arena. Suddenly the midget's teammates appeared. Sorry about this guy. He has occasionally roid rage, anyway it's still a test so we have to take your... Before he could finish, a giant axe flew towards him. You trash teammates are so useless. If you didn't butt in I would have already defeated them. Are you serious? After this shit is done, I will leave this team. You are way too annoying. Yeah, you are a crazy midget. I will tell our superiors about your behavior when we return. They then started to fight each other. AG's team. The fight didn't seem to end anytime soon, because even though it was a 1 versus 2, the bald midget was really sturdy. But then the midget seemed to have enough. He took out their scroll and threw it towards AG's team. Then said his last words, shit fucking team, before running off. Wait, did he really just give them our scroll, just because he doesn't like us? I don't care about this test anymore, let's kill him. They too ran in the direction their teammate ran off. What the hell was that? AG. Chapter 48, Thirst for Each Other. No matter what just happened, they still got both the Heaven and Earth scrolls now, which means they just have to enter the tower to pass the second test. When they entered the building there was no one here. The only noticeable thing was a giant scroll on the wall. Hey, this thing talks about heaven stuff, Kotaru. Since the scrolls are named Heaven and Earth scrolls, I guess it refers to the scroll. Arena. AG didn't say anything and just opened both scrolls, one with his mouth, the other with his hands. When smoke started to appear, he threw them on the ground. Hey, why is there smoke coming? Kotaru stopped talking when they could make out the silhouette of a person. Congrats for passing the second round. A Chunin they didn't know appeared. He looked like he wanted to continue talking, but when he saw the state of Ag, he was stunned. What the? Is this boy a pervert or something? Why is he walking only in his underwear? And what's wrong with his face? I appreciate your congratulations, but I think I still don't know what's going on. Arena. The Chunin stopped his thoughts and started to act professionally. Sorry, I got lost in thoughts. Anyway, those scrolls contained a summoning spell, so that we Chunin could greet the applicants at the end of the second exam. He then started to explain the meaning of the message on the wall. So since Chunin are responsible for leading their team, they need to possess both strength and intelligence. Yeah, that kinda makes sense, Kotaru. Ah, I forgot. Since you passed it only on the second day, you have some time to relax until the end of the fifth day. So now I will leave you to yourselves. Good luck for the future tests. Thank you, sir/sure. For the others, things played out as they were supposed to, with the only difference being that Koji was carrying a giant sack of food with him and Anko being in a worse state compared to the original timeline since she activated the curse mark. Because of that, when she returned, she let Hiruzen treat her curse mark much instantly. After that, she passed out for 2 days. On the 5th day, when she woke up, she was told that 24 applicants passed and that they would need to hold preliminary rounds for the third test. When she heard that, she rushed instantly out, not noticing that she still wore Agi's clothes. During the day's waiting, Agi's face healed. Unfortunately, he still lacked clothes. He hoped to ask Hei to get him some clothes, but like all the other sensei of their respective teams, they only arrived on the 5th day. So he was standing only in his underwear with the other genin, while the Hokage and the Jonin were there as well, waiting for Enko. Hei was worried about his students, but when he finally saw them again, he didn't expect to see Ag like that. What is he doing this time? The other genin also looked at him with varying thoughts. Some thought he is a pervert, some that he is a weirdo, and his former classmates who knew of his bad luck, though how bad his luck was this time to end up like that. Anyway, Anko suddenly appeared and in her usual loud voice she said, "Congratulations to you all, on passing the second exam." "Hey Ag, why is she wearing your clothes?" Kotaru. When she heard that, Anko's face turned red. "I have forgotten to change the clothes." Unfortunately for her, Kotaru said that loudly, so all the genin, jonin, and Hiruzen heard that. Everyone was confused but also intrigued by what happened. Even the cool genin like Gaara, Niji, and Suzuki paid attention to it. They never thought they would end up witnessing such a bizarre situation, the chief examination officer wearing the clothes of an applicant. Anko was dumbfounded and was not able to respond. So everyone's eyes gathered on Ag. Ag noticed that and thought, that kind of attention is troublesome, so let's say something to turn the attention on Anko instead. He did a fake cough and then said, "You see Kotaru, when a man and a woman are attracted to each other, it may start with only a kiss. But if a kiss isn't enough to quell the thirst they have for each other, they..." When she heard the nonsense he was blabbing, she activated her curse mark again. Chapter 49, Outta Here. Orochimaru sensed how Anko's curse mark was activating. He was joyful because it will end up probably in an interesting situation. Meanwhile, Sasuke's curse mark was reacting to it as well. Ugh. Suzuki held his neck with a painful expression. "Suzuki. Sakura." Hiruzen sensed that this could end up in a really ugly situation, so he used a non-powerful genjutsu to calm Anko down. She regained her clarity and muttered softly thanks to him. Her curse mark was already deactivating. Hiruzen did a fake cough and said, "I think there must be some sort of a misunderstanding. Why don't you explain what happened, Anko?" He threw her a life-saving life jacket. She now had the chance to save her reputation. She might not only lose respect from her Jonin colleagues because she allegedly slept with an applicant as the chief examination officer, she may also end up being labeled as a Shotokan. Fortunately, the jutsu from Hiruzen was still in effect, so she had a clear head and started to come up with an explanation. Of course, she wouldn't mention that she was peed on, she would rather be labeled as a Shotokan instead of being known for being peed on. Yes, Lord Hokage. You see, I was on a secret mission in the forest as we discussed earlier, and since it was highly dangerous I got wounded. Luckily this friendly, she really emphasized this word, boy was in the vicinity and helped me. Since my clothes were full of poison, I got rid of them, and seeing a lady like me without clothes, he gave me voluntarily his clothes. What he told earlier was just a joke. That's all. Most Konoha Jonin gathered here already knew about Orochimaru appearing, so her colleagues fully believed her. But there was a certain genin, who adamantly kept pushing his story. That's rude, Chief Examination Officer. I never joke. I'm known throughout the whole village as a paragon of compassion and truthfulness, people say that I even outshine the Buddha. Anko started to smile dangerously, she was at her limit even with Hiruzen's jutsu calming her down. Cough, I think you had enough fun, Ag. If you continue to waste everyone's time, it will reflect badly on our village, especially since Lord Hokage wants to start explaining about the third exam. And make sure to apologize to Anko later. Yes, Hayate-sensei. The one who diffused the situation was Hayate, and after being told by him, Ag couldn't continue with his shameless act. Many of the other genin saw Hayate for the first time and thought that he looks sick and if he is alright. Orochimaru licked his lips, a shame. Could have been a really interesting show if Anko's and Sasuke's curse marks ran wild. Hiruzen started to explain about the underlying purpose of the Chunin exams, like how they are miniature wars and how they show the village's military strengths, and so on. While he explained, Ag kept silent since he didn't want to draw even more attention. It was really hard though since he was the only one standing there only in his underwear. Nevertheless, he kept a serious face and had a confident posture, which made him look even more ridiculous. Anyway, when Hiruzen finished his talk, a Jonin Ag didn't recognize appeared. It was a plain-looking woman, with a scatterbrained expression. Lord Hokage, can you leave the rest to me? I think it should save some time. Go ahead. Hiruzen. Shen then started to explain, how there were too many teams who passed this time and that they would need to cut down the numbers before the third exam. But Ag didn't listen to her, instead, he was preoccupied with his own thoughts. Looks like because Hayate-sensei is here as our team leader to watch us, a random mob took his place. Of course, best case scenario would be that she would die instead of him, even though it is evil of me to think like that. But I won't try to save someone I don't know, when I need to fight Gaara, Kabuto, and this sand dude at the same time, it would be just suicide. However, I can't exclude the possibility of Hayate-sensei being there and dying like he is supposed to, so I should still proceed with my plan. Well, I'm outta here. What? Kabuto. Naruto. Chapter 50, Odds. Hey. Kabuto. What's up with you quitting? Naruto. Naruto, I'm sorry, but those guys we fought beat the crap out of me. And ever since the scuffle with those sound ninja prior to the first exam, I've been totally deaf in my left ear. Now they're saying this could be a fight to the death, and I just don't think I'm up to that. Well, there's a familiar face. Anko started to look at Kabuto's profile and talked about how he already tried the Chunin exams 6 times and always failed. When Hiruzen asked about his record, she stated how unremarkable he was in the academy and mission profile. But she also stated that his origins were special. She asked Hiruzen if he heard about the tale of a boy being brought back from the battle at Kikyo Pass. Hiruzen said that he remembers how Jonin elite ninja of the medical corps brought back an enemy youth, who survived on the battlefield. Then Kabuto left while Naruto had a sad expression. Man! If Naruto only knew right now, I wonder what expression he would make, Ag. But then Sasuke's curse mark started to send another wave of pain to his body. Things played out as they were supposed to, Sakura wanted him to drop out, while Sasuke told her more or less to fuck off. Naruto was siding with Sakura until Sasuke said that he wants to fight Naruto as well. Naruto felt acknowledged and didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and Seo discussed if they should allow Sasuke to participate. They concluded that if the curse mark activates, they would pull him out. The brain-scattered Jonin started to talk. So now, what did I want to say? Right, we will begin now the preliminaries. It will be one-on-one duels and the winners will advance to the third exam. So we have 23 combatants, which means 11 rounds. Wait, I don't think it adds up. She then looked like she was trying to come up with an idea. Alright. I'm not good at this stuff, so the remaining one will advance through his luck skills. What? How is this fair? Naruto. Yeah, isn't it just a half-assed excuse to call it luck skills? Kaiba. In truth, only a few loud ones complained. The others either wanted to get done with it fast or thought that it would be dumb to complain now if they could end up being the lucky one. The Jonin looked a bit confused, not understanding why those two complained. You see, wait, I forgot to tell something important. Each pair will fight until one is dead, unconscious, or surrenders. But I will step in when I determine an undisputed winner because unnecessary killing is not cool. But don't count on that, I guess, probably. Hearing her, the Jonin definitely didn't intend to count on her. What? Did I forget something? Female Jonin. Open it. Anko. An electric scoreboard appeared. Oh right, this thingy will display every round the names of the two combatants, so, I think this time I didn't forget anything. Anyway, let's just start. Gulp. The hearts of the Jonin raced. The names were rotating at a high speed until it came to a sudden stop. Uchiha Sasuke vs Abumi Zaku. Orochimaru smiled. Zaku will probably force him to activate the curse mark. Hehehe, Sasuke, activate it and rely on it so that you get hungry for my power. Ha. I didn't think I would get my revenge this early. You will pay, Sasuke. Looks like when it comes to randomness, the influence of a team more shakes the chances a bit. But it looks like the odds didn't change too drastically, since Sasuke is still doomed to fight the first match. Ag. Hey Ag, why are you standing there? Let's go upwards to the spectator area. Kotaru. While he went up with his teammates, Heiei joined them and said, "Cough, you really made a show back then. I tried to calm Anko down, but she said that she promised you a reward for saving her, but she smiled dangerously, so I hope you are prepared." No problem, sensei. When it comes to the opposite gender, I'm really... Ag. I'm really glad that you passed. I really wanted to talk to you. Tenten.
Thank you for listening. See you
Let's
again
pretend
on the
I have
next
to
video.
shit and run to the bathroom.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.